The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by our chaplain, Chaplain Gibbon.
Would you pray with me? O Lord, you give and you take away. Blessed be your name. By your grace, you have given us your noble and humble servant, Representative Donald McEachin, and we have been privileged to enjoy this your generous gift. And we are witnesses to his response to your claim on his life. Representative McEachin lived into your anointing, committing himself to bringing good news to the poor, proclaiming freedom for those imprisoned by the inequities that constrain, and working diligently to set the oppressed free. His compassionate manner and trusted counsel, so eagerly shared with all those graced to be in his sphere, are truly a blessing that we will cherish dearly. O Lord, you give and you take away. Blessed be your name. For even in the worst of his brave and valiant fight for his life, Representative McEachin held firm in his convictions that you gave him the strength to endure his sufferings. May this, his legacy of character and devotion, reveal the hope he found in you. Then may all who grieve this day, his wife Colette, his dear family, his colleagues and friends, find blessing in this same hope, that in his life and in his death, Representative Donald McEachin will always bring glory to you. It is in your sacred name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain Gibbon. The chair has examined the journal of last day's proceedings and announces to the chamber her approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including the guests in the gallery, please join in. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that in light of the passing of the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. McEachin, the whole House number is 432. The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches.
For purposes, the gentleman from the Virgin Islands.
You're not going to get it. Does the gentlewoman from Virgin Islands seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For decades, my island, my home, St. Croix, was the home of the largest refinery in the Western Hemisphere, an identity that largely shaped our economic makeup, to the detriment in some instances of historic industries such as agriculture, or at the detriment of our environment, but provided thousands of jobs throughout the years to our residents. The recent failure of the refinery to restart successfully has been a disappointment to many, but in there lies a unique opportunity before us. With the rapid changes taking place in our climate and the urgency that the Biden administration has placed on environmental reform and the much-needed transition to green energy and renewables, we have an opportunity to reimagine how the South Shore of St. Croix can be redeveloped. The green energy initiatives and the focus on historically disadvantaged communities contained in the Inflation Reduction Act, along with the incentives and funding included in the bipartisan infrastructure law, are not only timely, but critical for us as a territory. I ask my colleagues, I ask Virgin Islanders, I ask our governor and our elected officials to all join in reimagining and getting to work on redefining what we look like. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I send to the desk a resolution and ask unanimous consent for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
1494, resolution permitting official photographs of the House of Representatives to be taken while the House is in actual session on the date designated by the Speaker.
Is there objection to the consideration of the resolution? Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address the Biden administration's self-made energy crisis. Since taking office, I have been vocal about my commitment to alternative forms of energy that bring revenue and flexibility to Iowa and allow Iowa to be a major energy exporter. However, the Biden administration's policies have relied on foreign nations instead of prioritizing American energy independence. Iowans have felt the effect of President Biden's policies. Grocery and energy prices continue to soar with inflation rates at historic highs. So while the temperatures drop into the teens, some are forced to choose between turning on their heat and buying groceries. According to the National Energy Assistance Directors Association, diesel prices could top $6 a gallon this winter, but Iowa could fill the gap with biodiesel. Struggling families simply cannot afford President Biden's energy policies. I want to reiterate my calls to President Biden to unleash domestic energy and look towards Iowa as a framework for an any of the above approach to lower energy costs for Americans. I also want to wish a very happy birthday to Andy Swanson. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today in shock and feeling an immense loss for the member that will not be with us, Donald McKeachin, the gentleman from Virginia. A dear friend, and the members of the Natural Resources Committee extend to his family, his wife Colette, his children and his grandchildren, his loved ones, and his loyal and capable staff, our condolences, our sympathies, and our comfort. This imposing man, Donald McKeachin, was more than that. His strength came from his heart, his faith, his empathy and compassion for other people, and this journey that I had the pleasure and privilege to work with for over 3 years to develop legislation that would assure every American had clean air, clean water, and a clean environment. That piece of legislation is historic, and it is the creation of great work on the part of Donald McKeachin. It is his legacy that I hope we address, but it is also his character, his strength, as he guided me and other members through a process that's sometimes difficult, sometimes contentious, but a process that at the end of the day has produced something that'll be part of the legacy of a man that served his community, served his country, served his family, and gave honor to all of us. A deep loss, an immense loss, and one that I share with everyone. Yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Consent to address the House from 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, families across America sat down to enjoy Thanksgiving meals. Unfortunately, this week, as a result of irresponsible policies of Biden and Democrats, families are paying massive costs. Americans are experiencing inflation at a 40-year high, with families in South Carolina paying nearly 15% more for goods and services in the last year. Average national costs have increased. Turkey is up 21%, pie crust and whipping cream up 26%, dinner rolls up 22%, milk up 16%. According to the recent Morning Consult poll, 41% of Thanksgiving shoppers were planning to cut side dishes to save money. Our country is in a crisis, and Americans need relief, which is why voters elected a House Republican majority. Republicans will fight inflation with fiscal sanity. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a servant leader in our community, Odessa native Mr. Jesse Porras, a Marine veteran. Mr. Porras has been cooking and serving a Thanksgiving meal to hundreds of Odessans in need every year since 2013, when he first felt called to provide a warm and comforting meal to anyone in need or struggling with homelessness in our community. Since then, it has grown into a community feast with local businesses and others partnering with Jesse. Over the past 9 years, Mr. Porras' Thanksgiving meal has fed thousands and lifted the spirits of the entire community. Jesse Porras is an inspiration to all of us. Not only was he willing to put his life on the line through his service to our country as a Marine, but he continues that service through his generosity and philanthropic spirit today. This is something that we can all emulate, especially as we are approaching the holiday season. I'd like to thank Mr. Porras personally for giving so much of your time and talent and goodwill to share the blessings of Thanksgiving, which in my opinion should be celebrated every day. But on that particular day, you do a great job in Odessa, and it's with heartfelt thanks that District 11 in Texas thanks you. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I request permission to address the House for 1 minute, please.
Without objection, the gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mourn the senseless and tragic loss of life at the University of Virginia on November 13. But I also rise to recognize and honor the bravery displayed by Mike Hollins during the recent shooting at the University of Virginia. After getting off the bus and directing 2 students to run to safety, Mike Hollins, a running back on the Cavaliers football team, turned around and attempted to reboard the bus to help his teammates and others still trapped with the gunman. Mike's bravery was met with evil, however, as he was shot while trying to protect those still in harm's way. But thankfully, Mike has been released from the hospital, and I pray he will continue to have a full and complete recovery. My prayers are also with the families of Deshaun Perry, Lavelle Davis Jr., and Devin Chandler, who are deeply hurting from the loss of their loved ones, along with the entire University of Virginia community. We're always saddened in the face of tragedy, but bravery like Mike Hollins gives us hope. May God continue to heal our land.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered or votes objected under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2521 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2521, a bill to require the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to establish a pilot program to furnish doula services to veterans.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bosworth, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material in H.R. 2521 as amended.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2521 as amended, the doula bill, the Doula for VA Act of 2022. This bill, authored and long championed by Congresswoman Brenda Lawrence, would bring VA closer to providing the full scope of reproductive health care that our veterans and their newborns deserve. This bill would require VA conduct a feasibility and advisability study to determine whether to provide pregnant veterans access to doula support services. The United States has a maternal mortality crisis, and our veterans are not protected from it. In fact, they are disproportionately more likely to experience severe maternal mental health outcomes than their civilian counterparts. And there's a growing body of evidence growing body of research that shows that doula care is an effective tool in mitigating pre- and postpartum mental health crises and can be a factor in reducing childbirth complications. VA must investigate their ability to provide such holistic and effective care. Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this bill. I encourage all my colleagues to join me in supporting Ms. Lawrence's critical and common sense legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 2521, the Delivery Optimally Urgent Labor Access for Veterans Affairs Act of 2022, or the DOULA for VA Act of 2022. Women are now our fastest growing group within our veterans community. More than 2 million women veterans live in the U.S. today. Many of them are within childbearing age. In the last few years, the use of maternal services within the VHA has increased by 44%. The DOULA for VA Act would require VA to conduct a study to provide doula services for pregnant veterans enrolled in the VA healthcare system. Now, a doula is a trained companion who provides physical and emotional support to women before, during, and after childbirth. They also offer guidance and education support for new mothers. However, doulas are not medically trained professionals, and there are no certifying or licensing standards for doulas, which is why it is imperative that doulas meet the minimum quality and safety standards set forth by the VA. Now, this bill will provide VA and Congress with a valuable insight into the trade. And I ask all of my colleagues support H.R. 2521, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is now my honor and privilege to yield 3 minutes to my good friend and author of H.R. 2521. She serves on the Appropriations Committee and the Oversight and Reform Committee, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Lawrence.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. I want to thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your dedications and efforts from your entire team in bringing this bill to the floor. To the ranking member, thank you for your support of this bill. I rise today in support of my bill, the DOULA for VA Act. Maternal mortality in the United States is a public health crisis. While maternal mortality rates have declined globally, over the past 3 decades, the United States maternal mortality rates have climbed. As we work to address this serious public health issue, we have a responsibility to make sure that our pregnant veterans are included in the conversation. This is because veterans who has experienced pregnancy disproportionately experience mental health afflictions such as post-traumatic stress disorder and anxiety. Study has found that pregnant veterans were twice as likely to have a diagnosis of depression, anxiety, and stress disorder, and more than those who had not experienced a pregnancy. We must provide veterans who serve our countries maternal and mental health care, and it takes into consideration their veteran-specific experiences. Doulas have proven to be a positive impact on the health outcome of the mother and the child. As the use of doula services continue to grow, we must look at ways to expand maternal health services for our women in the VA. I want to thank the Bipartisan Women's Caucus for supporting this effort, the House leadership and their hardworking staff, and the amazing committee staff for working to advance this bill to the floor. I urge my colleagues to support it, and thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Michigan yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you,
Mr. Boss.
Speaker. I am prepared to close. Thank you, Speaker, and I encourage all my colleagues to support the bill, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I again ask my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 2521 as amended. And I say with a heavy heart that this is a tribute. I want to take this moment to pay tribute to my colleague from Michigan. She's joined us on Veteran Affairs CODELs and done fact-finding on behalf of the committee for the betterment of our veterans. I thank her for that, and I wish her the best of the new opportunities that she will encounter after she leaves this body. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 2521 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4601 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4601, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to authorize the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to award grants to states to improve outreach to veterans and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material in H.R. 4601 as amended.
Without objection?
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 4601, the Commitment to Veteran Support and Outreach Act as amended. This bill authorizes VA to provide grants to states, counties, tribes to implement programs that improve outreach and assistance to veterans and their families to ensure that such individuals are fully informed about veterans' benefits and programs. Specifically, VA may provide grants to states, counties, and tribal entities to implement or enhance outreach activities or activities to assist in the development and submittal of claims for veterans or increase the number of county or tribal veteran service officers in the state. Additionally, VA would be required to prioritize awarding grants in areas with a critical shortage of county or tribal veteran service officers, areas with high rates of suicide among veterans, and areas with high rates of referrals to the Veteran Crisis Line. Now, with high-profile sweeping veterans legislation like the PACT Act recently signed into law, the support and outreach offered by H.R. 4601 would greatly assist in implementing such new programs as smoothly as possible. With enhanced communication, outreach focused on explaining new benefits and services to a broader range of veterans and their families, the more opportunities we will have to connect with potential beneficiaries interacting with VA for the very first time. With more accredited claims representatives available to assist with the preparation and submission of claim applications, the better positioned VA will be to decide these claims in a more timely and accurate manner. And with funds to recruit and train more county and tribal veteran service officers, helpful skills and information related to life-changing benefits and other VA services will reach farther into our veteran communities than are so often and undeservedly overlooked. Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this bill, and I thank Representative Levin for crafting this important legislation and urge my colleagues to vote for its passage. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 4601 as amended, the Commitment to Veterans Support and Outreach Act. Now, this bill would provide VA the authority to award grants to states and Indian tribes to improve outreach to veterans and their families about the benefits that they may be eligible for. H.R. 4601 as amended would prioritize grants to the areas that have large populations of underserved veterans and high risk of suicide. Additionally, this bill would help county and tribal VSOs assist veterans with preparing and presenting their disability compensation claims. With the implementation of the PACT Act right around the corner, it's imperative that Congress provide local VSOs with the resources they need to assist veterans with their claims. Every veteran deserves access to the same wraparound help with their benefits regardless of where they live. Congressman Levin and Rosendale proposal would do exactly that. I also want to point out that this bill has a mandatory cost because of toxic exposure funds created by the PACT Act. Now, I'm happy to see the cost is now fully offset rather than swept under the rug. Congress must find a permanent solution to the toxic exposure fund scoring problem, and before we use up all of our offsets and become unable to move additional legislation. Now, I encourage all of my colleagues to work towards that solution, and I urge all members to support H.R. 4601 as amended, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves.
Yep.
Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am prepared to close. I encourage all of my colleagues to support the bill, and with that, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois yields back. Gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 4601 as amended. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 4601 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I'd like to request a recorded vote. The yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays will request that all those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4772 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4772, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to improve the application and review process of the Department of Veterans Affairs for clothing allowance claims submitted by veterans and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 4772 as amended.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 4772 as amended, the Mark O'Brien VA Clothing Allowance Improvement Act. As it stands today, under 38 U.S.C. 1162, the Secretary may pay an annual clothing allowance payment to a veteran with a service-connected disability that requires the use of a prosthetic or orthopedic appliance, including a wheelchair, which the Secretary determines tends to wear out or tear the clothing of the veteran, or medication which A, a physician has prescribed for a skin condition, or B, the Secretary determines causes irreparable damage to the veteran's outer garments. Veterans who are entitled to a VA clothing allowance must reapply each year to receive the annual payment. This places the onus on veterans with what are, in most instances, permanent conditions, and to remember to reapply each year to receive the benefit they've already shown they're entitled to. Veterans must also remember to apply before August 1 or risk denial due to an untimely application. Mr. Levin's bill would change all of that. It would amend 38 U.S.C. 1162 to allow for VA clothing allowance to be an automatic annual payment subject to periodic review by VA to determine continued entitlement. It would no longer force veterans to reapply each year and instead requires VA to complete periodic reviews to determine continued entitlement on its own initiation. Now, this would require notice to the veteran if entitlement were no longer shown. Approximately 40,000 veterans were approved for the clothing allowance benefit in fiscal year 2020 alone. This bill would ensure these veterans no longer have to reapply every year to maintain their benefit. Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this bill. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting Mr. Levin's beneficial and common sense legislation. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 4772 as amended, the Mark O'Brien VA Clothing Allowance Improvement Act. The Clothing Allowance Program was created to give veterans the financial means to replace clothes that have been damaged due to their service-connected disability. For example, a veteran who has a prosthetic or uses a wheelchair may wear out their clothes quickly and need to replace them often. Yet, under current law, veterans who qualify for the clothing allowance must go through a tedious process of reapplying every year to receive their benefit, even if their condition is unlikely to change. H.R. 4772, as amended, would streamline the process for veterans receiving a clothing allowance by making the renewal process automatic. To ensure proper oversight of this program, VA would be required to reevaluate the veteran 5 years after they have received the benefit to determine the eligibility of the clothing allowance. If a veteran has a more permanent condition, such as an amputation, VA would have the authority to exempt the veteran from regular reevaluations. Now, I support these common sense changes, which would simplify the clothing allowance program and reduce the paperwork burden on our veterans. So I'm glad to see the cost of the bill is also fully offset, and I thank Congressman Levin and Congressman Moore for their leadership on this issue, and I urge all members to support H.R. 4772 as amended. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 4772 as amended. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 4772 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I request the recorded votes of yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5943 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5943, a bill to designate the outpatient clinic of the Department of Veterans Affairs in Greenville, South Carolina, as the Lance Corporal Dana Cornell Darnell Outpatient Clinic.
Pursuant to the rules, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 5943 as amended.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, H.R. 5943, as amended, which will appropriately honor the memory of Lance Corporal Dana C. Darnell as one of the more than 58,000 names etched on the Vietnam Veterans Memorial just down the street on the National Mall. Like so many of those who served our great nation, Lance Corporal Darnell's life was tragically cut short. In April 1967, his Marine platoon was ambushed by enemy forces in the Quang Tri province in north-central Vietnam. Lance Corporal Darnell, at just 19 years old, displayed remarkable bravery and selflessness in the face of adversity. And when his platoon's mortar gunner was knocked unconscious, Lance Corporal Darnell quickly retrieved the weapon and began firing it into the enemy's position. After exhausting his ammunition, he moved from man to man, collecting additional mortar rounds to help silence the attack. In doing so, Lance Corporal Darnell undoubtedly saved the lives of others in his platoon. Even after being temporarily blinded by enemy fire, Lance Corporal Darnell refused to be evacuated. Instead, he quickly began caring for his wounded comrades. 2 days later, Lance Corporal Darnell was killed in action. For his extraordinary heroism, Lance Corporal Darnell was posthumously awarded the Navy Cross by President Johnson. The Greenville, South Carolina native also received a Purple Heart and National Defense Vietnam Service and Vietnam Campaign Medals for his meritorious service. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Timmons, for introducing this bill, which will designate the Department of Veterans Affairs outpatient clinic in Greenville, South Carolina, the Lance Corporal Dana Cornell Darnell VA Clinic. This bill has letters of support from the American Legion, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, and disabled American veterans. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that these letters be included in the record.
Without objection.
I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 5943 as amended, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 5943 as amended, a bill to designate the Department of Veterans Affairs community-based outpatient clinic in Greenville, South Carolina, as the Lance Corporal Dana Darnell VA Clinic. Lance Corporal Darnell was born in Greenville, South Carolina, and joined the United States Marine Corps on his 18th birthday. While he was deployed to the Republic of Vietnam in 1967, his unit was engaged in a mission against Viet Cong and North Vietnamese forces in Quang Tri province. His patrol was ambushed by enemy forces using heavy small arms and automatic weapon fire. In the chaos that ensued, his mortar gunner was knocked unconscious. Displaying courage in the face of extreme danger, Lance Corporal Darnell quickly retrieved the mortar. Despite it was unable to set the mortar up properly, he continued to fire at the enemy. When he ran out of ammo, he moved from man to man, collecting more ammo until the enemy guns fell silent. When Lance Corporal Darnell's unit was ordered to withdraw from the area, he dragged 2 Marines to safety and refused to evacuate himself. He stayed back to tend for the wounded. Lance Corporal Darnell died 2 days after, on April 26, 1967, at the age of 19. He was awarded the Navy Cross for his selfless sacrifice and act of courage in combat. Lance Corporal Darnell's service to our nation is truly worthy of honor. Semper Fidelis. Naming this VA facility after the Greenville native son and hero will serve as a reminder and an inspiration to all who seek care there. It will also ensure that his story of service is never forgotten. I encourage all of my colleagues to support H.R. 5943, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you to Ranking Member Boston, Chairman Takano, for supporting this bill and bringing it to the floor today. I rise today in support of our bill, H.R. 5943, to designate the outpatient clinic of the Department of Veterans Affairs in Greenville, South Carolina as the Lance Corporal Dana Cornell Darnell VA Clinic. A native of Greenville, South Carolina, Dana Cornell Darnell was a Lance Corporal in the United States Marine Corps during the Vietnam War. On April 24, 1967, his platoon was ambushed by North Vietnamese Army forces. He quickly worked to silence enemy fire. Even after being temporarily blinded, he refused to be evacuated and quickly began assisting in the care of the wounded. For his extraordinary heroism, Lance Corporal Dana Cornell Darnell was awarded the Navy Cross. Renaming the Greenville VA Clinic in honor of Lance Corporal Darnell will ensure we never forget the courage, service, and sacrifice of our fellow South Carolinian. I want to thank the entire South Carolina delegation for their support of this bill. We believe the Lance Corporal Dana Cornell Darnell Outpatient Clinic will serve countless veterans throughout the upstate and uphold our promise to those who gave our country their all. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 5943, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from
Reserve.
Illinois reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to close.
Gentleman's recognized. Mr. Boss.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to encourage all of my colleagues to support this bill and honor the Lance Corporal by naming this facility after him. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, I ask all of my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 5943 as amended, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 5943 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote, the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays will request that all those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7158 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7158, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to authorize the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to enter into contracts and agreements for the payment of care in non-Department of Veterans Affairs medical foster homes for certain veterans who are unable to live independently and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Mr. Speaker, I ask the unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 7158 as amended.
Without objection,
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7158 as amended, the Long-Term Care Veterans Choice Act. This bill, authored and long championed by Congressman Higgins and Chairwoman Brownlee, would enable VA to better provide long-term services and supports for our aging and disabled veterans. VA's medical foster homes are one of its most creative and effective initiatives. Veterans who have access to these care settings thrive and are able to maintain and are able to remain a part of their community, even if their conditions do not allow them to remain independently in their homes. Veterans who are not yet ready for institutional care but need the help and assistance of professional caregivers are able to live in a home setting among other veterans in their communities. Satisfaction with the program is very high, but veterans have to pay for the care themselves, which is a barrier for many veterans. Yet VA is currently prohibited from paying a veteran's room and board. This legislation would change that. Community-based programs like these are what veterans want and deserve. They also prevent veterans from being forced into much more expensive institutional care settings. I urge all my colleagues to support this critical legislation. Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this bill and encourage all of my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7158, the Long-Term Care Veterans Choice Act. H.R. 7158 would give VA the authority to grant payments to non-VA entities for veterans who require long-term care in medical foster homes. A medical foster home is a private home, not an institutional facility, where trained caregivers provide wraparound care and service to patients. VA inspects and approves medical foster homes and enrolls veterans in the VA home health care program. But Under current law, VA is not authorized to pay for veterans' medical foster home care. Veterans must cover the bill themselves, even if it would otherwise be eligible for a VA-run nursing home facility. Now, medical foster homes are more cost-effective they're more cost-effective alternative to nursing home care. You know, they typically cost between $1,500 and $3,000 a month compared to a typical $7,000 a month cost in a nursing home. Allowing veterans to age with dignity and being comfortable is something that I care deeply about, and this bill is a critical step towards helping us to do just that. However, this is another bill that CBO gave a large mandatory score to because of the Toxic Exposure Fund. We were able to fully offset this score, but we won't be able to do that for every piece of legislation. Our offsets are quickly running out, and we have to solve the scoring problem before the work of our committee does grind to a complete halt. This bill is supported by the VA and numerous VSOs, and I thank Congressman Higgins for his tireless work on it. Now, I ask all of my colleagues to support H.R. 7158, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the ranking member's desire to engage in talks regarding the Toxic Exposure Fund. It is an important issue, which is the long-term implications of the cost of war Toxic Exposure Fund, otherwise known as TEF, and it was created by the Honoring Our Pact Act. Now, this fund is absolutely crucial to ensuring VA has the resources necessary to fully support our veterans and to deliver the new benefits available to them without having to sacrifice existing programs. And as I have said repeatedly, any potential change to this fund and how it operates must be considered very carefully and requires the input of other committees that have a stake in this issue, to include appropriations and budget in the House and Senate. And so I would like to now reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized. Mr. Boss.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to working with the chairman as we move forward to try to cure that problem that we were just talking about. And on this particular bill, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the great member from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, who has worked very hardly on this bill.
The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Long-Term Care Veterans Choice Act. The Department of Veterans Affairs has been running its medical foster homes initiative since the year 2000, and as of 2021, the Veterans Health Administration oversees about 600 medical foster homes, caregivers, taking care of veterans in about 40 states. Medical foster homes are private homes where a caregiver provides services to a small group of individuals who are unable to live without day-to-day assistance. Currently, veterans enrolled in home-based primary care through the VA, they may elect to receive their care at medical foster homes. However, the VA does not cover the cost of medical foster homes for veterans that would otherwise be eligible for nursing home care through the VA. As has been noted by my colleagues, full nursing home traditional care is far more expensive than medical foster homes. Veterans must pay for medical foster homes out of their pocket or through private insurance. This bill would fix that. My bill would authorize the Secretary of the VA to enter into contracts and agreements for placement of up to 900 veterans a day in medical foster homes. These veterans are unable to live independently. In addition, medical foster home caregivers would be required to pass a federal background check and undergo VA screening. They'd be required to participate in annual training, and they would have to permit the VA to make announced and unannounced home visits. Finally, the VA would provide these veterans with full interdisciplinary home care that includes physicians, nurses, rehabilitation therapists, mental health care providers, dietitians, and pharmacists. My bill is supported by the American Legion, the VFW, Disabled American Veterans, and the Wounded Warrior Project. In closing, I'd like to sincerely thank Chairman Takano and Ranking Member Boss for bringing this bill to the floor, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman from Louisiana for his hard work, and I feel his sincere words. I take them to heart, and I sincerely hope that we get this through the Senate so that we can see this signed into law before the end of this year. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to encourage all of my colleagues, as what they've heard about this bill here today, to make sure they support it at this time, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've said before on the floor of this House, serving our veterans is not about red or blue. It's about red, white, and blue. And I know that the ranking member stands with me in service of our veterans, and he stands with me right now in the optimism that Team USA is going to prevail today at the World Cup. They're ahead 1-0, and I know you and I and the gentleman from Louisiana are all standing united with the hope of an American victory there. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I again ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 7158 as amended. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Members, the question is will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 7158 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote of the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays will request that all those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S-231, the PFAS Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 231, an act to direct the administrator of the Federal Emergency Management Agency to develop guidance for firefighters and other emergency response personnel on best practices to protect them from exposure to PFAS and to limit and prevent the release of PFAS into the environment and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, and the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on S-231, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of S-231, the Protecting Firefighters from Adverse Substances Act, or the PFAS Act, championed by my Michigan colleagues and dear friends, Congresswoman Debbie Dingell and Senator Gary Peters. I would like to profoundly thank them for their steadfast and dedicated leadership on addressing PFAS contamination to protect our natural waters in the Great Lakes, our air, and beyond. Exposure to PFAS chemicals continues to harm the health and well-being of families across America. My home state of Michigan has the most PFAS-contaminated sites in the country, thus making it the state's biggest environmental crisis in half a century. But we also have been one of the very few states tracking it. Although scientific knowledge regarding PFAS continues to develop, we know PFAS chemicals are linked to serious adverse health effects in human beings. And the more we find out, the worse the picture appears. Recently, the EPA sounded the alarm bell and asked its Science Advisory Board, the SAB, to review new analyses and data that suggest that 2 chemicals, which have been found in many drinking water and surface waters in Michigan and around the country, are far more toxic than previously thought. While officials in Michigan have taken steps to address this crisis, there is so much more to be done at every level of government. Our efforts in Michigan need to be strengthened by congressional action. In order to adequately address this threat, we need the federal government to step it up. That is why I am proud to co-sponsor the bill we are considering today, Congresswoman Dingell's and Senator Peters' Protecting Firefighters from Adverse Substances Act. PFAS are human-made chemicals that have been manufactured since the 1940s and can be found in a wide range of both consumer and industrial products, including firefighting foam and firefighter turnout gear. While firefighters have dedicated their lives to protecting others and keeping our communities safe, they have unfortunately been exposed to these forever chemicals on the job. The Department of Defense, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and the Federal Aviation Administration all conduct research on PFAS-free firefighting foam or PFAS-free firefighter gear. This promising work across our federal government is vital to reducing exposure to PFAS, but more progress is needed. Until PFAS-free alternatives are widespread, we must do everything we can to protect firefighters, emergency medical responders, and the communities they serve from unnecessary PFAS exposure. This bipartisan legislation directs the administrator of the Federal Emergency Management Agency to offer resources to help protect firefighters, emergency response personnel, and the communities they serve from PFAS exposure. The bill also directs the administrator to provide resources that identify PFAS-free alternatives for firefighting gear and equipment. This guidance would be developed in consultation with other federal agencies conducting research on PFAS-free alternatives, as well as a wide range of stakeholders, including firefighting and emergency response personnel, communities dealing with PFAS contamination, fire training academies, manufacturers of firefighting tools and equipment, and voluntary standards organizations. This is America doing what America does best, innovating. This bill is an important step to protecting our first responders in the line of duty from exposure to harmful chemicals. It has already passed the Senate with bipartisan support, and today I urge my colleagues to join me in passing the bill here in the House and sending it to the President. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the PFAS Act. PFAS refers to a large group of high-strength, high-durability chemicals used in industry and consumer products. They're critical to the reliability and safe function of essential products like cell phones, military aircraft, solar panels, wind turbines, medical devices. But because of their durability, they don't break down easily and last a long time in the environment. In some cases, but not all, that creates hazards to human health. There are more than 5,000 strands of PFAS in use, and their tremendous variation means we need to take a thoughtful and nuanced approach to regulating them. We absolutely need to protect the health and safety of firefighters, the military, and individuals exposed to harmful PFAS. That means preventing exposure to unsafe PFAS and addressing the PFAS contamination now. But not all PFAS are harmful, and some are indispensable for things like fighting fires and protecting our servicemen and women from chemical warfare. Others are used for lithium batteries and solar energy equipment. So my concern about some of the legislation on PFAS is they would ban their use entirely, even when that might not be necessary. The fact is that we don't fully understand the properties of all PFAS. Maybe a newly created strand has better fire suppression power and dissolves in a solution, or another has absolutely no human health effects and breaks down organically. We simply don't know yet, and we can't shut the door on innovation. The Science Committee is working hard to improve and expand our knowledge about PFAS so that we can make individual determinations about what is safe and what is not. For example, this summer, the House passed our Federal PFAS Research and Evaluation Act, which directs the national academies to study the toxicity, effects, and behavior of different strands of PFAS. It also will study emerging PFAS strands in hopes of finding more harmless strains with effect and useful properties. This is groundbreaking research, and it can't be done overnight. So while the experts are working on it, my fellow Science Committee members and I urge the rest of this body to respect the scientific process. Do not pass legislation that outright eliminates all 5,000 plus strands of PFAS without the scientific understanding to support that decision. Here's the good news. The bill we're considering today isn't intended to put us on a path towards banning PFAS. While some of the language can be construed by a creative mind to broadly be anti-PFAS, I know this is not the intent of the sponsors of this bill from Michigan, nor is it the intent of the Science Committee. To further support this, I would like to yield time to the gentlewoman from Michigan to engage in a colloquy on her intent related to this bill. Yield to Congresswoman Dingell.
Gentleman to recognize.
Thank you for yielding, Ranking Member Lucas, and for all of your hard work on this. I agree with you. The scientific process should be respected and used to inform and direct policymaking to effectively protect human health and our environment. While it may take time to continue to develop the science around many of the lesser-known PFAS compounds, a great deal of science has already been completed and known for years on the most notorious PFAS compounds. With respect to this bill, the PFAS Act would help protect the health and safety of firefighters, emergency responders, and the communities they serve from these harmful chemicals by developing guidance, not bans, for firefighters and other emergency response personnel on training, education programs, and best practices to protect them from exposure to harmful PFAS and to prevent its release into the environment. Emergency response teams are frequently exposed to harmful PFAS in firefighting foams and personal protective equipment as they work to keep their communities safe. It's important that we act on behalf of our first responders to mitigate their exposure to these harmful PFAS chemicals and prevent environmental releases while the scientific work must continue, and we gain a full understanding of the effects of all PFAS compounds. Again, I want to thank the Ranking Member Lucas for continuing to work with us on this important legislation. We wouldn't be here without you today. It will make a meaningful difference for long-term first responders, their families, and the communities they serve. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. And reclaiming.
Gentlewoman yields back. A gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
To continue with, thank you. I want to thank the gentlewoman for her remarks and agreement. We both share the understanding that instead of banning PFAS, this bill focuses on education, understanding, and knowledge of these chemicals. Specifically, it will ensure that we are protecting our firefighters who rely on PFAS to extinguish fires. There aren't many alternatives to PFAS when it comes to fighting fires, but firefighters put their lives at risk every day, and this bill will ensure they aren't facing long-term health risks simply because of the equipment and the tools they use daily. We can mitigate harmful effects by carefully studying what chemicals first responders are exposed to and ensuring they are properly educated about safety procedures and risks. The curriculum authorized by this bill does just that. We're focusing on education, understanding, and knowledge. So I support its passage today. When the time comes, I have every intention of working with the gentlewoman from Michigan to make sure we're targeting the truly bad PFAS, those with health and environmental effects. But for now, I appreciate that my friends on the other side of the aisle are leaving the door open for future development and letting science determine the outcome, not politics. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan.
The gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of S-231, the Protecting Firefighters from Adverse Substances Act, or the PFAS Act. I am proud to stand here today in support of this important bipartisan legislation to protect our first responders from forever chemicals, which I'm co-leading with my friend and colleague, Representative Brian Fitzpatrick. This is a significant bill that has already passed the Senate with unanimous consent and bipartisan support, thanks to the leadership of Senator Gary Peters. The PFAS Act would simply direct the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and other federal agencies to provide important guidance for federal, state, and local firefighters on training and best practices to reduce, limit, and prevent exposure to PFAS from firefighting foam and turnout gear, as well as provide resources that identify alternatives for firefighting tools and equipment that do not contain harmful PFAS. Today, by supporting this bill, the House can continue to take bold action once again to address this PFAS crisis, this time to protect our firefighters. Forever chemicals are an urgent threat to public health, and specifically our firefighters who are on the front line. Emergency response teams are frequently exposed to harmful PFAS in firefighting foams and personal protective equipment as they work to keep our communities safe. These man-made chemicals, specifically the two most notoriously harmful chemicals, PFOA and PFOS, are extremely persistent in the environment, as well as a result of its use during fire training exercises and real-world emergency response situations. PFAS chemicals are persistent, bioaccumulative, and toxic. These chemicals have been linked to harmful human health effects, including cancer, reproductive and developmental harms, and weakened immune systems. Nearly every American has some level of PFAS coursing through their blood today.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentlelady from Michigan an additional minute.
This important bill, thank you. This important bill is supported by the International Association of Firefighters, the International Association of Fire Chiefs, the National Volunteer Fire Council, and first responders across this country. We must get this important, common sense, and bipartisan legislation to the President's desk without delay to protect our firefighters and the communities they serve. Finally, I would like to thank leadership for bringing the PFAS Act to the floor under suspension today. And I would like to express special thanks to Chair Eddie Bernice Johnson and the ranking member, Frank Lucas, who has really worked with me closely on this. Thank you. And each of their staff for continuing to work with me to advance this critically important bill to the floor. Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to support the PFAS Act. This is an important bipartisan and meaningful bill to protect the health and safety of our first responders from harmful PFAS in the line of duty. And I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, yields back. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, reserves.
Reserves.
Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Posey.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member from Oklahoma for yielding. I rise today to support the Protecting of Firefighters from Adverse Substances Act. It's been a pleasure to work across the aisle on proposals to address the dangers posed by PFAS, not just to firefighters, but also to our environment. It's been a pleasure to co-sponsor the House companion to this bill and support its passage. This bill will direct the Department of Homeland Security to provide training designed to reduce and eliminate exposure to PFAS from firefighting foam and personal protective equipment. To prevent PFAS from firefighting foam from being released into the environment. Give firefighters and other emergency responders information on alternatives that do not contain PFAS. This bill is another step we are taking together in a bipartisan spirit to address the consequences that we have learned far too late. The firefighters' motto is, be ready, and this bill helps better prepare our firefighters. I urge my colleagues to join me in support of this important legislation and yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Florida yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma is reserving. Will reserve. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Let me thank the gentlewoman from Michigan for managing and leadership, gentleman from Oklahoma for his leadership. As a member of the Homeland Security Committee that has dealt with PFAS for over the years, I am extremely grateful for this legislation that has come from the Senate, and particularly grateful because I use as a backdrop, having been on the Homeland Security Committee since its origins, 9/11, when firefighters rushed in to save lives. Some, of course, tragically lost their lives, along with other law enforcement, as they were attempting to save people from the burning buildings. But we do know their long journey that was taken in order to get coverage and compensation for the terrible exposures that they had in the chemicals in the aftermath of 9/11. This brings to mind the importance of this legislation. Having dealt with PFAS in many different forms, particularly in the agricultural arena, Homeland Security Committee has looked at these chemicals and how they can be made safe, if you will, in the midst of the utilization that they have. This legislation is extremely important because it works to develop guidance to firefighters and other emergency response personnel on training, education, and best practices to protect them from exposure from PFAS, these chemicals that they are bound to engage when they rush in to save lives and to save property from the terrors of fire. I'm excited about this legislation and hope that it gets to the President's desk because I have seen what chemicals can do in the midst of a 9/11, but also in the midst of an ordinary house fire or business fire. I want to applaud the proponents of this bill for I'm excited about it reducing and eliminating exposure to PFAS from firefighter foam, personnel protective equipment, PPE, prevent the release of of the PFAS from firefighting foam into the environment, so it provides for an environmentally safe pathway, and educating firefighters and other emergency response personnel on the foams and non-foam alternative.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentlelady an additional minute.
Gentlewoman is recognized for an additional 1 minute.
Let me thank the gentlelady and continue to say that I think what we have here is an important directive for the Department of Homeland Security. Under their jurisdiction are the first responders, and we clearly know that the wide range of needs that firefighters face. Look at the West, and a series of wildfires that have spread from California to the far Northwest. Fires are never ending, chemical exposures are never ending, and firefighters never stop going into places where people are desperate or there is a need. I'm excited about this legislation because it's long overdue. I hope it gets to the President's desk as quickly as possible. I believe that once we pass this, we will give a new lifeline to the nation's firefighters. And as a member of the Fire Caucus, I know that this is a bill long overdue. As I conclude my remarks celebrating the firefighters and supporting this legislation, let me say, go USA, against Iran. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas, gentlewoman from Texas yields back. Gentlewoman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would note that I have no additional speakers and am prepared to close at the appropriate time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
The gentlelady reserves.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Recognized.
Firefighters and emergency response personnel put themselves in harm's way daily with no questions asked. They do this to save lives and protect their communities. Therefore, it is only fitting that Congress does what we can to protect their lives in return. The bill we're considering today, the PFAS Act, arms our first responders with knowledge and procedures to avoid long-term health effects from harmful chemicals. This bill is also an example of strong bipartisan collaboration with all the discussion and the refinement that entails. My colleague from Michigan understood my concerns about getting ahead of the science and banning all PFAS. I understood her desire to take immediate action for her constituents. We worked together to both walk away happy with the result. My sincere thanks to Congresswoman Dingell and the Science Committee staff and everyone involved in these discussions. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma yields back. Gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Recognized.
Mr. Speaker, while we stand here today in strong support of S231, our PFAS Act, and certainly recognizing the leadership that has come from the Michigan delegation here in the House with Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, who has been steadfast and dedicated and dogged, and you don't travel through Michigan without hearing Congresswoman Dingell talk about PFAS. And we certainly also appreciate the Senate leadership of Senator Gary Peters, particularly in his chairmanship of Homeland Security, in partnership with the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, who just spoke, along with our full committee chair, Eddie Bernice Johnson, who has been a real role model for leadership and support in this body for bipartisan collaborative legislation. But as I stand here with the last month of this term upon us, the 117th session of the Congress, I can't help but thank Mr. Lucas, Ranking Member Lucas, for his very dedicated and remarkable leadership. One might say it is an anchor of sorts as we move to be bipartisan. And I have, over the course of this term, had the privilege of sitting next to him in committee, and I guess I will take the time to let him know that he has taught me a few things this term, of which I greatly appreciate. So as we move forward, Mr. Speaker, I encourage all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle in this chamber to continue to showcase the best of what America can be, coming together to solve problems and deliver for the American people. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 231? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
Senate 4524, an act to limit the judicial enforceability and pre-dispute non-disclosure and disparagement contact clauses relating to disputes involving sexual assault and sexual harassment.
Tiffany. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S4003, the Law Enforcement De-Escalation Training Act of 2022.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4003, an act to amend the Omnibus Crime Control and Safe Streets Act of 1968 to provide for training on alternatives to use of force, de-escalation, and mental and behavioral health and suicidal crisis.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Natler, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Natler.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on Senate 4003.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, S4003, the Law Enforcement De-Escalation Training Act of 2022, is bipartisan legislation that would improve training for law enforcement officers, including using alternatives to force and de-escalation tactics. It also includes training and support for officers working with mental health professionals and crisis intervention teams. This bill would empower police and the mental health professionals working with them to link individuals to services in their community. Law enforcement officers are often the first responders to individuals in crisis. While we have worked to develop and implement non-law enforcement crisis response services, there continues to be a need to train and equip law enforcement officers to de-escalate interactions and divert individuals to appropriate mental and behavioral health services. Additionally, there is a need to provide officers in crisis response teams the tools they need to understand and respond to individuals with disabilities. One study found that disabled individuals make up 1/3 to 1/2 of all people killed by law enforcement officers. Reforms to law enforcement, including de-escalation training, both improve public safety and reduce crime. A study of the Louisville, Kentucky Police Department found that de-escalation training reduced use of force incidents by 28% and community member injuries by 26%. Officer injuries were reduced by an even larger margin of 36%. S4003 will require the Department of Justice's Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services to consult with a broad range of stakeholders in developing the training curriculum, including law enforcement and behavioral health groups, as well as civil rights and civil liberties groups and associations that represent individuals with disabilities. This bill also requires the National Institute of Justice and the Government Accountability Office to evaluate the implementation of the program and the effect of the training, to ensure that the curricula have a tangible impact on law enforcement encounters with people in crisis, and to identify possible changes that would further improve outcomes. This bipartisan bill improves public safety by developing and implementing evidence-based de-escalation training for law enforcement officers. I want to thank Senator Cornyn for introducing the bill and Congresswoman Karen Bass for leading the House version of this important legislation. I urge all of my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 4003 creates a new federal grant program to provide training for law enforcement officers on de-escalation techniques, participation in crisis intervention teams, making referrals to community-based service providers, safely responding to individuals in a behavioral or mental health crisis, and alternatives to use of force. It requires the Department of Justice to develop training curriculum in collaboration with mental health providers, law enforcement agencies, civil rights organizations, and other stakeholders. It also authorizes $133 million in new money over the next 4 years with no offsets. There are several problems with this legislation. First, the COPS office at the Justice Department currently funds programs that already do what this bill purports to support. For instance, the COPS office funds the Community Policing Development De-Escalation Training Program through 2 different mechanisms. Through one mechanism, the COPS office provides $3 million over the next 2 years for the expansion of a network of regional centers to provide nationally certified de-escalation training opportunities for law enforcement. The other mechanism, Law Enforcement Agency De-Escalation Grants, provides nearly $12 million in grant funding over the next 2 years to support whole agency de-escalation, implicit bias, and duty to intervene training efforts. These programs are appropriated and up and running as we speak. We should not be creating new programs that are duplicative of current programs without at least examining the efficacy of the currently funded programs. Second, this legislation represents a departure from traditional law enforcement techniques, one that advances a soft on crime approach. In recent years, these kinds of approaches to fighting crime have been a boon to criminals and have led to our current crime epidemic. We need to seriously address the crime epidemic, not fund duplicative programs that would keep cops in cars. I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 4 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, a member of the committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 4 minutes, Ms. Jackson Lee.
I thank the Speaker, and I ask unanimous consent to speak for the time allotted.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank you. I rise to counter my good friend and indicate that this is important legislation. It's documented to be important legislation. And the documentation is clear because of the widespread support of such a wide range of Americans. I wanted to rise today on the floor to support S4003 and thank my colleagues, Senator Cornyn from Texas and my colleague, Congresswoman Bass. As this legislation came out of judiciary, as well, this is legislation that fits very well under the Crime, Terrorism, and Homeland Security, which I chair. Because our responsibilities are to address the question of crime, but also to address the question of social justice and reform. And we have heard over the last couple of months, many of us have been in the mode of campaigning, challenges against Democrats as to whether or not we're tough on crime, or whether or not we can work to protect our communities. Well, one thing that protects our communities is a strong law enforcement that knows how to engage with the community and is given the tools that will help them do so. And to help the community engage with law enforcement, that they can collectively solve crime. This legislation is a bipartisan bill that would improve public safety and strengthen public trust in law enforcement, one of the first stops toward bringing down crime. S4003 would require the Department of Justice to develop de-escalation training curriculum in consultation and collaboration with mental health providers, law enforcement agencies, civil rights organizations, and associations representing individuals with mental health diagnosis. How many times have mothers and fathers had to deal with the loss of a child because they were having a mental health episode? This legislation continues to be a need to improve the practices that law enforcement officers can use to reduce use of force incidences and also protect themselves. When individuals are in crisis, police are often the first to respond. We understand that is not their total responsibility. But because of our lack of access to mental health resources, they have been on the front lines. And so without training necessary to recognize a mental health crisis, someone winds up injured or dead. Interactions between law enforcement and civilians can escalate to potentially deadly consequences. As the country faces an epidemic of violence committed by officers and the disproportionate impact that has this violence on people of color, we remember the lives lost to police violence, including Nicholas Chavez, who was killed by law enforcement, among others in cities across the land. Just this week, we learned that 2 Colorado deputies killed Christian Glass in June have been indicted. That was a sad circumstance. We wish it had not happened, and it did not need to happen. This legislation will give us the opportunity, again, to do what we want to do, to keep America safe, to bring down crime, and to protect our officers, and to give them the training that helps them to be able to engage in de-escalation training. somewhat similar to the overall bill that we introduced, and I introduced. John Conyers before me. I introduced the Law Enforcement Trust and Integrity Act, which I hope to reintroduce again, and seeking bipartisan support. This would authorize $70 million in annual grant funding for training that includes improving community officer relations and to engage in training on use of force or de-escalation, scenario-based exercises. In addition, this bill would provide support to law enforcement agencies to train and equip officers. This legislation, of course, is widely supported.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
I thank the chairman. This legislation is widely supported. It is bipartisan. And I want to thank Mayor-elect Karen Bass, Congresswoman Bass, for her leadership on the companion bill. And I'd very much like to thank my colleague, Senator Cornyn, out of Texas, for his commitment and concern. I quickly want to acknowledge that the faith community is squarely in support of this, and they certainly care about law enforcement and bringing down crime. Catholic Charities, Catholic Prison Ministry, Jesuit Conference, National Association of Evangelicals, National Latino Evangelical, among others, CPAC, National Fraternal Order of Police, and any number of others whose letters I ask unanimous consent to place into the record. I ask my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back.
Without objection, gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, is recognized.
Gentleman from New York, I do not have any further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, S4003 is bipartisan legislation that would improve training for law enforcement officers, including using alternatives to force and de-escalation tactics. This training will reduce use of force incidents and improve officer and community safety. I cannot imagine how anybody can think this will somehow increase crime. Senator Cornyn, who's not known to be soft on crime, is the major Senate sponsor. I urge all members to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 4003? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S3846, the Justice and Mental Health Collaboration Reauthorization Act of 2022, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3846, an act to reauthorize the Justice and Mental Health Collaboration Program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on S3846.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, S3846, the Justice and Mental Health Collaboration Reauthorization Act of 2022, is bipartisan legislation that would reauthorize and make necessary improvements to the Justice and Mental Health Collaboration Program, or JMHCP, within the Department of Justice. Since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, communities across the country have grappled with worsened mental health. There continues to be a need to adequately address the mental health needs of our communities and to redirect people in crisis away from the criminal justice system and into the healthcare system. State and local governments use JMHCP grants for critical services to address the mental health needs of their communities, including by establishing diversion programs, creating or expanding community-based treatment programs, supporting the development of curricula for police academies and orientations, and providing in-jail treatment and transitional services. Additionally, grant funds are used to train law enforcement on identifying and improving their responses to people experiencing a mental health crisis. This program, which was first created in 2004, was reauthorized in 2008 and again in 2016 with bipartisan support. S 3846 will make needed improvements to the grant program by strengthening support for mental health courts and crisis intervention teams, supporting diversion programming and training for state and local prosecutors, strengthening support for corresponder teams, and supporting the integration of the National Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Crisis Hotline System into the existing public safety system. This bill will also increase allowable uses for grant funds to include suicide prevention in jails and clarify that crisis intervention teams can be placed in 911 call centers. This bipartisan bill improves the efficacy of the JMHCP grant program and is supported by a wide range of stakeholders, including the Addiction Policy Forum, the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, the Major Cities Chiefs Association, Major County Sheriffs of America, National Alliance on Mental Illness, and many others. I want to thank Senator Cornyn for introducing the bill and Congressman Bobby Scott for introducing the House version of this important legislation. I urge all of my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask to yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. S 3846 makes a number of changes to the Justice and Mental Health Collaboration Program. The Justice and Mental Health Collaboration Program is a Department of Justice program that assists states, local governments, and Indian tribes with providing treatment to individuals with mental health problems and substance abuse disorders that come into contact with the criminal justice system. This bill allows funds under this program to be used for crisis intervention teams and co-responder teams made up of law enforcement officers and mental health professionals. These teams can be placed within 911 call centers to better respond to individuals facing mental health challenges. It also allows funds under this program to help state and local governments implement the 988 universal telephone number, which is the National Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Crisis Hotline. This legislation also authorizes $2 million for each of the next 5 years for the Department of Justice to report on the prevalence of mentally ill offenders in the criminal justice system. While this bill is well-intentioned, more needs to be done to address the surge of violent crime this nation has seen over the past 3 years. Violent crime is especially bad in Democrat-run cities with rogue leftist prosecutors who don't enforce the laws on the books, and in cities that have demonized and defunded their police departments. I would point you to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It's no wonder that 27 of the 30 cities with the highest homicide rates have Democratic mayors. We need to keep violent criminals behind bars and put an end to soft-on-crime policies that are wreaking havoc on our communities. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Natler, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, member of the committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. Let me rise and, first of all, to thank the chairman and to thank the sponsor, my friend from Virginia, Congressman Bobby Scott. As I think of my dear friend from Virginia, let me also acknowledge my deep sadness for the loss of our dear friend, Congressman McEachin, and acknowledge the beauty of his service and, of course, his compassion and his true spirit of being a true American hero. And I thank Congressman Scott for this work. And I'll quickly say that any of us who've been engaged in the criminal justice arena, who've engaged with police officers, whether they are local, state, or federal, those of us who've served as judges, understand the value of this important legislation. It is bipartisan, and it will build on the success of the JMHCP grant program and make necessary improvements to enable state and local governments to better serve their communities. This reauthorization will make critical improvements to the JMHCP program, which supports services for individuals with mental health issues who are involved in the criminal justice system, including expansions in suicide prevention in jails and prisons, co-responder programs that pair law enforcement with mental health professionals, and, of course, recognizing that though we give them this responsibility, that law enforcement needs to have a wraparound services and those that have the expertise to work with those suffering from mental health crisis. With the continued impact of COVID-19 pandemic, communities across the country have suffered increased challenges in addressing mental health. And we as Democrats have consistently said that we need a holistic approach. Again, I've said that we take no back seat to fighting crime and being successful, but we understand public safety and civil rights. I want to thank Chairman Scott for acknowledging where we are at a loss. That is people who are suffering from mental health issues. Now, we have had a series of mass murders, mass killings, of course, using the weapon of choice for young men who espouse hatred, but many have been determined or assessed to have had mental health crisis issues. At least that has been the defense. We now need to really invest in this program and ensure that this is a national program. In 2018, Harris County Mental Health Jail Division expanded as an alternative to jail, diverting individuals with mental health illnesses away from incarceration. I want to see this program grow. The updated diversion program allows law enforcement to direct individuals with mental illness over to these programs, those picked up for low-level, nonviolent offenses, and many of us know that these are sometimes homeless persons, and many of these persons are veterans. By the way, we have a veterans court in Harris County. So I am excited about this bipartisan legislation that would also support state implementation of the newly established 988 suicide crisis hotline. I ask my colleagues to support this legislation, and I have submission of articles subsequently. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Gentleman from New York, I am prepared to close.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin reserved. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott.
The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. And I rise in support of the Justice, Mental Health, and Collaboration Reauthorization Act. The Justice, Mental Health, and Collaboration Program was authorized through the Mentally Ill Offender Treatment and Crime Reduction Act, what we call MIOCRA, legislation that I was proud to work on nearly 20 years ago as then ranking member of the Crime Subcommittee of the Judiciary Committee. This legislation has proven to be successfully connect state and local governments with necessary resources to plan and implement initiatives designed to increase public safety, save tax dollars on ineffective or even counterproductive incarceration, and improve the lives of people with mental illness and their families. These grants for states and localities allow for the development of programming that connects those with mental illnesses and substance use issues with evidence-based and comprehensive treatment within the criminal justice system. Each year, there are about 2 million people with serious mental illnesses admitted to jails across the country. In fact, according to the National Alliance of Mental Illness, 44% of those in jail and 37% of those in prisons have a history of mental illness. Furthermore, once incarcerated, individuals with mental illness tend to stay in jail longer and upon release are more likely to return to incarceration than those without mental illnesses. These grants encourage collaboration between law enforcement and healthcare providers. The reforms in this program included in this reauthorization are centered on reducing suicide, increasing access to case management services, bolstering the roles of co-responder and crisis intervention teams, and continuing the strong support of mental health courts. This bill recognizes that prevention is the best investment in the criminal justice system for long-term success and cost savings. This legislation is the result of hard work of many including state government organizations, mental health organizations, law enforcement organizations. And I'd like to thank all of those colleagues that have led this effort with me, including Representative Shabbat, Jackson Lee, Elmer, of course, the chairman of the committee, Mr. Nadler, as well as Senators Cornyn, Klobuchar, Moran, Durbin, Grassley, Whitehouse, Tillis, and Cortez Masto. Mr. Speaker, I hope that colleagues will join me in supporting the reauthorization of this legislation so we can get it to the President's desk before the end of the year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany is recognized.
Gentleman from New York, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Natler is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Justice and Mental Health Collaboration Program funds a variety of essential services to support the mental health needs of communities across the country and redirect people in crisis away from the criminal justice system and into the healthcare system. This legislation would reauthorize and strengthen this important program so that it can continue to serve those in need of its services. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3846 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays will request that all those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S. 3115, the Pro Bono Work to Empower and Represent Act of 2021, or the Power 2.0 Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3115, an act to remove the 4-year sunset from the Pro Bono Work to Empower and Represent Act of 2018.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Natler, and the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Natler.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on S. 3115.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Natler, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, nearly 25% of women suffer from domestic violence at some point in their lives. Domestic violence and related offenses destroy lives and shatter families. And among the many challenges that victims face is a lack of legal representation when seeking assistance from the court system. According to the National Network to End Domestic Violence, in just one day in September 2014, domestic violence assistance programs received more than 10,000 requests for services, including legal representation, that were not met. The effect of this lack of representation is devastating. Research has shown that 83% of victims represented by counsel were able to obtain protective orders, while only 32% of unrepresented victims were able to do so. That's why in 2018, Congress stepped in by enacting the POWER Act, which requires the chief judge of every judicial district to hold an annual public event in partnership with a state, local, tribal, or domestic violence service provider or volunteer attorney project, promoting pro bono legal services as a critical way to empower survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault. The Act also requires that events be held every 2 years in areas with high numbers of Native Americans and Alaska Natives, with a focus on addressing the specific issues facing Native populations. We recognize that pro bono legal assistance would not only provide critical representation in court, but it would also help provide survivors with access to services such as emergency shelter, transportation, and child care. We also recognized that legal summits mandated by the Act would raise awareness of the horrors of domestic violence and sexual assault, while inspiring others to devote their efforts to helping survivors in their communities. In addition to providing for these pro bono programs, the 2018 Act requires the Administrative Office of the United States Courts to report to Congress about each public event conducted in the previous fiscal year. The programs authorized under the original POWER Act have been extremely successful. In 2021, 73 pro bono legal summits were held across the nation, reaching more than 11,000 attorneys. In the years since we passed the POWER Act, we have amassed an army of thousands of lawyers who are helping survivors, including children, get out of dangerous situations, giving them a measure of justice and a ray of hope. But as effective as they have been, the programs created and authorized by the 2018 POWER Act are set to sunset at the end of this year. Meanwhile, the crisis of domestic and sexual violence continues. S3115, the Power 2.0 Act, would ensure the continuation of the critical programs we enacted in 2018 by removing the sunset date for these programs, helping to deliver essential legal services, and to bring hope and healing to many more survivors across the country. We have already planted the seeds, and by removing the 4-year sunset provision from the original Power Act, we will allow these pivotal programs to continue to grow and thrive, helping more and more survivors every year. I thank Senator Dan Sullivan for introducing this important and time-sensitive legislation, and the gentlewoman from Alaska, Ms. Peltola, for leading the House version of this legislation. I urge my colleagues to to join me in support of this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserved. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Power 2.0 Act permanently authorizes the Pro Bono Work to Empower and Represent Act, POWER, of 2018, which is scheduled to sunset at the end of this year. It requires the chief judge of each district to conduct public events to promote pro bono legal services for survivors of domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, and stalking. In addition, the bill requires the chief judge for a district that includes an Indian tribe to conduct a public event to promote pro bono legal services for Indian or Alaska Native victims of these crimes every 2 years. Research has shown that survivors of domestic abuse have significantly better outcomes, such as successfully obtaining a protective order when represented by an attorney. This bill will hopefully assist victims in accessing quality representation through pro bono services. I recommend that my colleagues support this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves balance of the time. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, a member of the committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes, Ms. Jackson Lee.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an enormously important initiative, and I rise today to support the Pro Bono Work to Empower and Represent Act of 2021, or the Power 2.0 Act. This has to be one of the more important bills on the floor among many. This is a bill that saves lives, and I certainly want to, at the very beginning, acknowledge the Senator, but as well, I want to acknowledge our friend and colleague in the House and thank her so very much, Congressman Peltola, for your great work that has generated something that is very close to my heart. The Power Act is to give a lifeline to domestic violence sufferers, those who have been abused by domestic violence. As the author of the Violence Against Women Act in the House over a number of Congresses, I know how important any legislation is dealing with domestic violence and domestic abuse. I speak to law enforcement and often say to them that domestic violence calls are the most dangerous that law enforcement engage. Remember, as I started on this floor, I indicated that as Democrats, we know how to bring down crime and also engage in social justice. We understand that it is extremely important that those in the criminal justice system deserve due process. But the victims of domestic violence, more often than not women, suffer greatly. In Texas, 40.1% of women and 34% of men experience intimate partner physical violence, intimate partner rape, and or intimate partner stalking in their lifetimes. Thousands of incidents are reported every day. And on a single day in 2020, domestic violence hotlines across the country received 21,321 calls. The provision of legal services through the Southern District or through the various federal districts that train over 600,000 lawyers and then send them out to be able to give assistance to state and local government is a lifeline. It's a lifesaver. Less than 1/3 of domestic violence victims successfully obtain protective orders. Protective orders can be the cause of saving life, keeping a mother to protect her children, keeping an aunt or a grandmother. The Power Act has had an indelible impact on the lives of the most vulnerable Americans, and I stand here in grand support of this important effort. As a former board member of the Houston Area Women's Center, I know what it means to get calls late into the night and calling the executive director and asking for relief for a woman who is running for her life. Over this past Thanksgiving weekend, unfortunately, in my own community, there was a series of domestic violence killings of women who suffered at the hands of an ex. And so it is important to eliminate the sunset of this provision and to be able to say that no one should be left alone without the idea or the help of ensuring that there is legal protection and that you have access to legal protection. Again, I want to commend Congresswoman Mary Sattler Patola, a friend and someone who I appreciate her leadership. I ask unanimous consent to submit articles in the record, and this bill must be passed. I yield back.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, is recognized.
Gentleman from New York, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the House sponsor of the bill, a worthy successor to our late colleague, Don Young, gentlelady from Alaska, Ms. Peltola.
The gentlewoman from Alaska is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on S3115, the Power 2.0 Act. This bill is the Senate companion to my bill of the same title, H.R. 9113. Both bills address the same flaw in our system, that survivors of intimate, partner-related violence and intimidation often lack the legal resources they need to protect themselves from future injury. In this paradigm, victims are too often unable to escape their perpetrators, often to devastating effect. Thankfully, in 2018, Congress offered an avenue to relief, the pro bono work to empower and Represent Act, sponsored by my Senate colleague, Senator Sullivan, authorized a pilot project calling for each district court to hold at least one event annually in concert with domestic violence service providers to promote pro bono legal services for victims of partner-related violence and intimidation. Additionally, to address the appalling victimization rates among Alaska Natives and American Indians in particular, the bill also mandates partnerships between district courts and tribes and tribal organizations. Since its enactment, the POWER Act has brought together dozens of service organizations and tens of thousands of lawyers, all with the aim of combating our skyrocketing rates of violence and intimidation endemic across many parts of our country. As one of my first legislative actions in Congress, I am proud to introduce the Power 2.0 Act. This bill removes the sunset on the Power Act and will ensure more victims have the ability to protect themselves from further violence and intimidation. I'm both grateful and filled with anticipation to see this body act so uniformly in favor of this bill, S3115, today. Mr. Speaker, I yield the floor.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized. Thank
you. Good to close? Okay. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there are an untold number of victims of domestic and sexual violence in this country, including young children, who are without legal recourse to escape their abusers, to protect themselves and their families, and to obtain the services they need to rebuild their lives. The POWER Act has started the hard work of incentivizing and encouraging thousands of lawyers to provide pro bono legal services to the victims and survivors that are most in need. But we need more attorneys to join the cause. By removing the sunset date from the POWER Act, S3115 will allow us to continue and expand the critical programs we created in 2018 while ensuring that there is no gap in access to services for those who need them. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in support of this crucial legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3115? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman in Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5455, the Terry Technical Correction Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 425, H.R. 5455, a bill to amend the First Step Act of 2018 to permit defendants convicted of certain offenses to be eligible for reduced sentences and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 5455.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5455, which would clarify that the retroactivity provision of Section 404 of the First Step Act of 2018 is available to all offenders who are sentenced for a crack offense before the Fair Sentencing Act of 2010 became effective, including individuals convicted of offenses involving small quantities of crack. After decades of unfair sentences that swept too broadly, most often applied to low-level dealers and impacted minorities disproportionately, Congress has worked to right some of the wrongs of the misguided war on drugs, often on a bipartisan basis. This legislation continues that important effort. In 1986, in response to a surge in the use of crack cocaine and several high-profile cocaine-related deaths, Congress passed the Anti-Drug Abuse Act, which created mandatory minimum penalties for drug offenses and introduced a 100-to-1 sentencing disparity between crack cocaine and powder cocaine offenses. This meant that a person who distributed 5 grams of crack cocaine received the same 5-year mandatory minimum sentence as a person who distributed 500 grams of powder cocaine. And a person who distributed 50 grams of crack cocaine received the same 10-year mandatory minimum sentence as a person who distributed 5,000 grams of powder cocaine. It soon became evident that this sentencing disparity had also created a significant racial disparity. 4 years after Congress passed the Anti-Drug Abuse Act, the average federal sentence for African American defendants was 49% higher than the average for white defendants. In 2010, Congress passed the Fair Sentencing Act, which did not eliminate the disparity, but which significantly reduced the ratio from 100-to-1 to 18-to-1. Unfortunately, that legislation applied only to pending and future cases, leaving thousands of inmates without a path to petition for relief. In 2018, the bipartisan First Step Act made the Fair Sentencing Act retroactive if an inmate received a sentence for a covered offense, as defined in Section 404 of the Act, providing a pathway to relief for some, but not all, individuals affected by the sentencing disparity. 3 years later, after roughly 4,000 motions for sentence reductions had been granted, the Supreme Court in Terry v. United States limited the availability of sentence reductions under the Fair Sentencing Act, contrary to the intent of Congress. Based on a narrow reading of the meaning of, quote, covered offense, unquote, the court held that individuals convicted of crack offenses are only eligible for a sentence reduction under the First Step Act if their convictions triggered mandatory minimum penalties. That means that individuals like Mr. Terry, who possess less than 4 grams of crack, are unable to seek sentence reductions, while individuals convicted of sentences involving much larger quantities of crack can seek a sentence reduction, and many have already done so, which is simply absurd and unfair. The First Step Act was meant to make retroactive sentencing relief available to all individuals sentenced for crack cocaine offenses before the Fair Sentencing Act of 2010 took effect. As Justice Sotomayor's concurring opinion in Terry reminds us, Congress has numerous tools to correct this injustice. In H.R. 5455, the Terry Technical Correction Act is one of these tools. The bill provides a new expanded definition of covered offense that includes a list of drug offenses in the criminal code that do not trigger mandatory minimum sentences. The bill also ensures that no person seeking a sentencing reduction under Section 404 will be barred from filing a new petition on the grounds that a judge had previously denied relief based on a determination that the offense of conviction was not a covered offense under the meaning provided in the First Step Act. I thank Crime Subcommittee Chairwoman Jackson Lee Representatives Cicilline, Jeffries, Owens, Massey, and Delegate Holmes Norton for introducing this important bipartisan bill. I urge all of my colleagues to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 5455 responds to a Supreme Court ruling that held certain low-level drug offenders do not qualify for resentencing under the retroactive provisions of the First Step Act. That was not Congress's intent in adopting the First Step Act. This problem dates back to the drug epidemic of the 1980s. At that time, Congress enacted harsh penalties for federal drug offenses, including mandatory minimum sentences. The Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1986 created a 100-to-1 sentencing disparity between crack and powder cocaine, meaning an individual convicted of selling 5 grams of crack cocaine would receive the same sentence as someone convicted of selling 500 grams of powder cocaine. In 2010, Congress passed the Fair Sentencing Act, which reduced the sentencing disparity between crack and powder from 100-to-1 to 18-to-1. In 2018, Congress passed and President Trump signed the First Step Act into law. The First Step Act made the sentencing disparity provision retroactive, allowing individuals convicted of or sentenced for federal drug offenses related to cocaine to move for resentencing. However, that law did not specifically address individuals whose crimes did not trigger the mandatory minimums. As a result, some of those individuals are serving longer sentences than those whose offenses triggered the mandatory minimums. This legislation today makes technical corrections and brings parity to crack-related offenses. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 4 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, a member of the committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman of the full committee, and I rise in strong support of H.R. 5455, the Terry Technical Correction Act, which has widespread support from really the people who count to deal with these issues day after day and are law enforcement officers across America. As Justice Thomas noted in his opinion in Terry versus United States, citing my introduction of H.R. 4545, which I want to ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record, among others, this opinion that cites this legislation as unanimous consent.
Without objection.
In the Drug Sentencing Reform and Cocaine Kingpin Trafficking Act of 2007, I have long worked to address the sentencing disparity between crack cocaine and powder cocaine offenses, introducing legislation to eliminate the disparity completely. That is why I introduced H.R. 5455, the Terry Technical Correction Act, which reaffirms Congress' intent to provide retroactive sentencing relief to all individuals convicted of crack cocaine offenses before the Fair Sentencing Act of 2010 took effect. And now I support Mr. Jeffries' Equal Act, which we hope will be on the President's desk. With the declaration of the war on drugs in the early 1970s, began a dramatic rise in the U.S. prison population. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it was teeming over, fueled largely by excessive, unwarranted drug sentences, some for minimal drug sentences and actions, putting particularly young African-American men in incarceration for decades. The federal government played a pivotal role in America's era of mass incarceration. During the 1980s and 1990s, Congress passed several pieces of legislation that moved away from rehabilitation toward excessive punishment. One such example is the Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1986, which created mandatory minimum penalties for most drug offenses and established a 100-to-1 cocaine to crack disparity. We have found that that does not bring down drug use. It does not bring down crime. What brings down crime is an effective rehabilitation system so that law enforcement officers do not have to confront recidivists ever again, because we've given them a pathway to enter into society. As Justice Sotomayor acknowledges in her concurring opinion in Terry, African Americans bore the brunt of this disparity. Between 1992 and 2006, roughly 80 to 100% or 90% of those convicted of crack offenses were African American. There were many who sounded the alarm during this time, including the U.S. Sentencing Commission, which repeatedly called upon Congress to revisit the mandatory minimum sentencing structure because of the racial disparities in cocaine versus crack sentencing. Sadly, Congress refused to listen for many years, and they did not see any strong impact on that approach. Thankfully, members of Congress, on an increasingly bipartisan manner, have worked hard to reduce the harmful impact of the failed policies of the war on drugs, including putting an end to the crack powder sentencing disparities. Those who were supporting us, law enforcement officers, attorney generals, were Republicans and Democrats alike. Through our efforts, we have learned that there is no greater danger to public safety from crack offenders than powder cocaine offenders, and that the 100-to-1 ratio overstated the relative harmfulness of the two forms of cocaine and diverted federal resources away from prosecuting the highest level of traffickers. In 2010, Congress began to process to eradicate the devastating consequences of poorly conceived war on drugs and the punitive response to the crack epidemic. We've had circumstances where false warrants were used and entered people's homes under the false premise that they were using drugs. That didn't bring down crime. That didn't help eliminate those who were doing ill to people. That was not the right approach. The Fair Sentencing Act of 2010 reduced the sentencing disparity to 18-to-1, and the First Step Act of 2018 made the Fair Sentencing Act retroactive. Although the Terry decision bars crack offenders...
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentlelady another 30 seconds.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Although the Terry decision bars crack offenders convicted of offenses involving small amounts of crack, like the 3.9 grams of crack that the petitioner possessed, that do not trigger the mandatory minimum penalties, Congress can correct this injustice. H.R. 5455, aptly named the Terry Technical Correction Act, would guarantee the ability to seek a sentence reduction to all individuals who have unfairly lost years of freedom under the unfounded 100-to-1 disparity, including those whose request for sentence reductions was previously denied based on the narrow interpretation of the First Step Act. While I continue to look forward to the day that we will fully eliminate the powder to crack disparity,
Gentlewoman's time
I
has
thank
expired.
Representatives Cicilline, Jeffries, Owens, and Massey, and Delegate Holmes Norton for working with me on this crucial
Gentlelady's time has
bipartisan
expired.
piece of legislation. I ask my colleague to support this. It's long overdue, and I yield my time adding to ask unanimous consent to submit these articles into the record.
Without objection. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Gentleman from New York, I'm prepared to close. Okay.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 5455, the Terry Technical Correction Act, is a straightforward bipartisan bill that advances our efforts to make our criminal justice system more fair. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 5455 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being affirmative,
Mr. Speaker.
So the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition.
I seek the yeas and nays. Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Tell me when. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.Res. 922, the resolution condemning the use of hunger as a weapon of war and recognizing the effect of conflict on global food security and famine as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 922, resolution condemning the use of hunger as a weapon of war and recognize the effect of conflict on global food security and famine.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs, and the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Kim, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on HRES 922 as amended.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of House Resolution 922 to condemn the use of hunger as a weapon of war and recognize the effect of conflict on global food security. I would first like to thank Chair Meeks for his support, along with my colleagues, Representatives Peter Meyer, Bobby Rush, and Tracy Mann for co-leading this with me. Even before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we have seen how climate change, the pandemic, and conflict fuel food crises around the world. In Yemen, Syria, Ethiopia, South Sudan, and now this war has exacerbated all of these crises. In Ukraine, Russia's unprovoked war has left 1 in 3 families without enough food and disrupted critical supply chains in the country and around the world. But we also have to recognize that we shouldn't only sound the alarm and mobilize aid and attention when and where humanitarian crises affect people who look like us. Around the world, especially in some of the poorest countries, millions of people are hungry and suffering as a direct result of Putin's relentless crusade for power. In the Horn of Africa, the combined effects of climate change, conflict, rising food prices from Russia's invasion of Ukraine have all exacerbated the rising food crisis, with more than 37 million people, including 7 million children, on the verge of famine as the region endures the longest drought in more than 40 years. Afghanistan continues to face an acute humanitarian crisis this upcoming winter, where over 95% of the population cannot afford to feed themselves or their families. Haiti imports 70% of its food mainly from Russia and Canada and is experiencing catastrophic hunger levels, with 4.7 million of the population facing acute hunger. In Ethiopia, over 20 million people in Tigray, Amhara, and Afar are in dire need of humanitarian assistance and rely on wheat imports from Ukraine and Russia. In South Sudan, where I traveled earlier this year, 8.3 million people are experiencing severe food insecurity, the most extreme level of food insecurity in the country since it became independent in 2011. But we've also seen the power of the UN, diplomacy, and global cooperation in alleviating this crisis. The historic Black Sea Grain Initiative, which was recently extended, has facilitated the export of millions of tons of agricultural exports from Ukraine's Black Sea ports. I also commend Ukraine's new humanitarian initiative, Grain from Ukraine, that came out of the first International Summit on Food Security, which will ship grain to African countries most in need. Governments around the world have already contributed $150 million, with hopefully more to come. The crisis in Ukraine has made clear why it's so important that we as a body recognize the consequences of war on food security, condemn starvation of civilians as a weapon of war, and call on the United States government here in Congress and in the administration to continue addressing these crises and hold perpetrators accountable. I'm proud to lead this important resolution today, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this resolution authored by my colleagues, Congresswoman Jacobs and Congressman Meyer. This resolution condemns the use of hunger as a weapon of war and recognizes the impact that conflict has on global food security and famine. Around the world, over 300 million people are in urgent need of food assistance. Many are facing emergency food needs due to years of protracted conflict, whether in Syria, Yemen, the Sahel, Nigeria, or South Sudan. But shockingly, we are also seeing the increasing use of hunger and starvation as a deliberate weapon of war with worldwide effects. Ukraine just commemorated the solemn anniversary of the Holodomor famine, which killed millions of Ukrainians at Stalin's direction. 90 years later, Putin is reviving this evil, targeting wheat fields and grain silos, deliberately seeking to destroy vital sources of food for the Ukrainian people and the world. The Kremlin's propaganda machine is attempting to blame international sanctions for the worsening global food crisis, but that's a lie. In reality, This crisis is a direct result of Putin's unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine. Meanwhile, Russia uses its influence at the UN to exert control over the vital food aid that millions of Syrians rely on in an effort to bolster Bashar al-Assad's brutal grip on power. In Yemen, Iran-backed Houthi rebels have weaponized food aid, using it for military gains and personal profit, while millions of Yemenis continue to face famine-like conditions. These atrocities must be condemned by all people of goodwill. The administration should impose severe penalties on those responsible, including through sanctions under the global Magnitsky Human Rights Act. So I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests of time, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
In closing, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank again Representatives Jacobs and Meyer, Chairman Mix, and Ranking Member McCall for introducing this measure and bring it to the floor. An identical text unanimously passed the Senate in July. Deliberately starving innocent civilians as a war of weapon must be condemned wherever it occurs. This resolution also condemns the acts of looting, diversion, or other denials of humanitarian access that impede the delivery of life-saving assistance to populations who need it the most. Finally, I also want to take a moment to commend the humanitarians who put their lives at risk every day to get food to vulnerable children, women, and men who need it just to stay alive. Their efforts deserve our support, and so does this resolution. So I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, House Resolution 922 is an important piece of legislation to put this body on record as condemning the weaponization of hunger around the world and the impact conflict has on global food security. As the world works together to alleviate multiple crises, this resolution serves as an important reminder of the cost of war and the need to hold perpetrators of starvation accountable. I hope my colleagues will join me and support this resolution. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 922 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.Res. 744, condemning the government of Iran's state-sponsored persecution of its Baha'i minority and its continued violation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
House Resolution 744, resolution condemning the government of Iran's state-sponsored persecution of its Baha'i minority and its continued violation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs, and the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Kim, each will control 20 minutes. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.Res. 744 as amended.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of H.Res. 744. I would like to thank Ted Deutsch, an esteemed former member of this House and the former chairman of the Middle East Subcommittee, for reintroducing this important legislation that has passed the House multiple times. I know that every member of our committee hopes the Iranian government will immediately seize the abuse of its own people and specifically end its longtime persecution of the Baha'i people. The last several years have been especially difficult for Iran's Baha'i community, as the regime in Tehran has ramped up its persecution of the community. The resolution before us today calls on the Iranian government to release all Baha'i prisoners, end its campaign of state-sponsored persecution, and stop discriminatory policies against the Baha'i community. As many of us know, those who practice the Baha'i faith have been persecuted in Iran since the religion's founding, but have suffered the most acute harassment since the Iranian Revolution in 1979. Hundreds of Baha'i have been executed and tortured. To this day, the Iranian government denies Baha'is access to higher education, government jobs, and permits to work in 25 professions, and subjects them to arbitrary harassment, arrest, and imprisonment. It's long past time for this religious persecution to end, so I strongly urge all members to vote in support of this critical resolution. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bipartisan measure that condemns Iran's state-sponsored persecution of its Baha'i minority and calls for the release of all religious prisoners in Iran. In recent months, the Iranian regime has responded to the Iranian people's peaceful demands for change with violent suppression. The world has been a witness to that brutality. Sadly, Iran's Baha'i community is very familiar with the regime's cruelty. For years, the Baha'i have been subjected to the campaign of state-sponsored persecution. Baha'i across Iran face arbitrary arrest, forced disappearance, property expropriation, and economic discrimination every day. The regime's deplorable treatment of Baha'i shows how the Ayatollah denies Iranians access to basic human rights. Persecution based on religious belief is abhorrent and warrants condemnation in the strongest possible terms. This resolution is a reminder of Congress's continued commitment to promoting and protecting human rights in Iran, including freedom of worship and belief. I urge unanimous support for this measure and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I have no further requests for time, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
In closing, I would like to thank our former colleague Ted Deutsch for his long-time work to support the Baha'i in Iran and original authorship of this bipartisan measure. The House of Representatives will continue to work tirelessly to protect and defend the human rights of the Iranian people. I urge all members to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Baha'i people of Iran have suffered enough at the hands of Iran's regime since the revolution. The brutality of Iran's government has unfortunately been on display now for weeks, for the entire world to see. This body will always defend human rights in Iran and around the world, and we stand in solidarity with the people of Iran who are calling for justice, dignity, and respect. Women, life, freedom. I hope my colleagues will join me and support this resolution. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to Resolution 744 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4785, the Uyghur Policy Act of 2021, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4785, a bill to support the human rights of Uyghurs and members of other minority groups residing in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region and safeguard their distinct identity and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs, and the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Kim, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 4785.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 4785, the Uyghur Policy Act of 2021, co-sponsored by my committee colleague, Representative Young Kim. The world has watched in horror as the People's Republic of China continues its genocide and crimes against humanity against Uyghurs and members of other religious and ethnic minorities in the Xinjiang region. The size and scale of the PRC's human rights abuses is horrific. As many as 1.8 million people have been arbitrarily detained in mass internment camps, prisons, and detention centers. They've shown no limits to their cruelty and depravity, subjecting people to forced labor, torture, political indoctrination, suppression of religious practices, forced sterilizations and abortions, family separation, sexual abuse, and so much more. While we've seen graphic images and heard testimony revealing the truth of these camps, the PRC continues to hide behind disinformation. We know that the PRC is actively trying to stamp out the unique ethnic, cultural, religious, and linguistic traditions of minorities in the Xinjiang region. Despite outrage from the global community, these gross atrocities have only increased in their severity and cruelty. Evidence collected from journalists, human rights defenders, and scholars, as well as harrowing firsthand accounts from survivors and their families, point to the continued oppression of Uyghurs and Muslims. During this Congress, this body has taken multiple steps to condemn these atrocities and hold the PRC accountable for perpetrating these heinous crimes. But we need to do more to protect the millions of Uyghurs and their ways of life. By passing this important bipartisan legislation, we would strengthen U.S. government efforts to protect and promote the distinct ethnic, religious, cultural, and linguistic identity of the Uyghur people. This legislation furthers a whole-of-government approach to combat the PRC's egregious human rights violations. It also takes steps to bolster international support towards promoting greater respect for human rights in the Xinjiang region. Most importantly, this legislation signals that the U.S. Congress unequivocally stands with the Uyghur people and will continue speaking out until this genocide and crimes against humanity end. I thank Representative Kim for authoring this important bipartisan legislation, which I was proud to vote for in the Foreign Affairs Committee. I support swift passage of this timely and urgent bill and urge my colleagues to do the same. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in support of my bill, H.R. 4875, the Uyghur Policy Act. And I also like to thank Asia Subcommittee Chairman Ami Bera for leading this with me. And I thank 79 bipartisan co-sponsors, Ms. Sarah Jacobs from California, one of them being there. Thank you so much. They all made this consideration of the important bill possible. The Uyghur Policy Act comes at a critical time as the world is seeing past the Chinese Communist Party's censorship filters and sharing videos of thousands of people in China standing up and speaking out against strict lockdowns and against the CCP. Since Xi Jinping solidified his rule during the Communist Party Congress last month, anti-lockdown protests have erupted all over China, including in Xinjiang, where at least 10 people under COVID lockdown were killed in an apartment fire with their doors locked from the outside. The people of China are waking up to the CCP's oppression and are demanding basic freedoms. Whether it is lockdown protesters in Shanghai or Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities in Xinjiang, the United States must show through words and through actions that we will have their backs in their fight against the CCP's tyranny. The People's Republic of China continues to deny carrying out genocide against the Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities. And we have verified reports of forced sterilization, forced labor, brainwashing, and gang rape in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. The Uyghur Policy Act will help us lead from a position of strength and will address several shortcomings in our existing approach to responding to these human rights abuses. It authorizes the State Department to appoint a special coordinator for Uyghur issues, which will consolidate the State Department's diplomatic strategy to ensure that department-wide resources being used to respond to the Uyghur genocide are better coordinated. H.R. 4875 will also mandate Uyghur language instruction at the Foreign Service Institute and require the State Department to station a Uyghur fluent officer at Mission China locations. The bill also authorizes support for Uyghur human rights activists and directs the U.S. Agency for Global Media to disseminate news and information regarding Uyghur genocide. We must act now to leverage U.S. soft power, garner international support for Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities in Xinjiang, and equip the State Department with the tools it needs to better respond to Xi Jinping's genocidal campaign. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, who is a champion for human rights around the world, including for Uyghurs in China.
I thank my good
gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you very much. I thank my good friend for yielding. I am especially grateful that she's introduced the Uyghur Policy Act, which is particularly timely given the mass spontaneous protests we see arising in China. It is particularly pertinent given that the spark for the popular demands for freedom was a horrific incident that occurred in Urumqi in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, where due to Xi Jinping's draconian zero-COVID lockdown policy, at least 10 people were burned to death with many, many more injured. The bill follows, I would point out, upon an amendment that I had offered at the House Committee on Foreign Affairs markup in June 30th, 2021, to the Eagle Act that called for the creation of a special envoy for the Xinjiang region. Such focus is particularly necessary given the amount of repression directed by the Chinese Communist Party at the Uyghurs and other predominantly Muslim Central Asian people, including the Kazakhs and the people from Kyrgyzstan. Xi's genocide, and it is Xi Jinping's genocide. He is directly responsible for this. We know that there are recordings of him saying, "Show no mercy," as people are being dragged into concentration camps, and as my two previous colleagues pointed out, forced abortion, forced sterilization, and a whole host of human rights abuses are being committed each and every day, right up to this very moment, and it shows no signs of abatement. In short, this bill is timely. I believe it's necessary. I urge all my colleagues to give its strongest support. Yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
1 minute to the distinguished Speaker of the House, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentlewoman for yielding and for her management of this very important legislation as a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. It is my honor to stand on this floor today in support of the Uyghur Policy Act and to join my colleague for decades. Mr. Smith, we've been working together for human rights throughout the world. And today in China, as you and I and Frank Wolf and so many others did over the years. So thank you for your leadership and your remarks on this important legislation. Again, a strong step in our continued work to counter the genocide of the Uyghur people. In Xinjiang and across China, millions of Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities are enduring outrageous and barbaric abuses, from mass surveillance and discriminatory policing, mass incarceration in forced labor camps, and mass torture, including solitary confinement and sterilization. In its latest human rights report, our own State Department has unequivocally declared that the Chinese Communist Party's persecution of the Uyghurs amounts to genocide and crimes against humanity. It is often said that the most sinister and cruel form of torture employed by authoritarian regimes is to tell the oppressed, nobody even remembers you. They don't even know what the fuss is about. This Congress remains bipartisan, bicameral, unbreakable in our commitment to shining a bright light on the persecution of the Uyghurs. With this legislation, we send a powerful signal to the Uyghur people. America sees you, we stand with you, and we're fighting with you, and we send a resounding message to Beijing: this genocide must end now. My remarks go on to talk about the Uyghur Policy Act and what it does, in addition to what we passed in 2020, the Uyghur Human Rights Policy Act, in 21, the Uyghur Forced Labor Protection Act. It includes establishment of a special coordinator at state state to spearhead the effort and ensure laser focus on the brutal conditions facing them. For decades, the Chinese Communist Party has waged a campaign of cruelty, terror, and repression, from cracking down on cultural, religious, and the language of Tibet, intimidating the people of Taiwan, restricting basic freedoms in Hong Kong, jailing journalists and dissidents, and more. We support and salute the courageous citizens across mainland China who are in the streets today speaking out for their freedom. I submit the rest of my, with the unanimous consent to submit the rest of my statement for the record, but I also want to rise in support of legislation honoring a legendary leader in the Congress, Susan Davis, our colleague, Congresswoman from San Diego. She began her career in public service in her beloved San Diego, first as social work, then the school board, then the state assembly, and then the Armed Services Committee and Education and Labor Committee of the House of Representatives. I urge a strong bipartisan yes for this bill honoring Susan Davis and also for the Uyghur Policy Act. And again, I thank our colleagues for bringing these pieces of legislation to the floor. Urge an aye vote on both and yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Seeing no other members on our side, I am ready to close, and I would like to yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I again thank Asia Subcommittee Chairman Ami Bera, Speaker Pelosi, my colleague Representative Smith, and the many co-sponsors who helped bring this legislation to the floor. I'm pleased that the House of Representatives, in the spirit of bipartisanship, is taking a significant step in defending the human rights of Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities subject to the CCP's oppression and genocide. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in voting yes, and I urge the Senate to immediately take up this critically important legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, passing H.R. 4785, the Uyghur Policy Act of 2021, would send a message loud and clear that the PRC's inhumane policies to dilute and destroy the identity of the Uyghur people have no place in today's world. The United States stands firmly with the Uyghur people, and we will continue pushing to end the PRC's horrific and inhumane behavior. We need to show strong bipartisan House support for the administration to use its tools to help protect the Uyghur culture and identity and promote respect for human rights and religious freedom of Uyghurs and members of other minority groups in China. The House also stands in strong solidarity with the Chinese people protesting all over China in recent days. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4785 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill, H.R. 9308.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9308, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 6401 El Cajon Boulevard in San Diego, California, as the Susan A. Davis Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Maloney, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks. and include extraneous material on this matter.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 9308 to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 6401 Alcasian Boulevard in San Diego, California, as the Susan A. Davis Post Office. Miss Susan Davis was born in Cambridge, Massachusetts, but spent most of her life in California. She graduated from the University of California at Berkeley and went on to receive a master's degree in social work at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. She became active in politics through the local branch of the League of Women's Voters. In 1994, she was elected to the California State Assembly, where she chaired the Committee on Consumer Protection and Government Efficiency and Economic Development. In 2000, Ms. Davis was elected as a member of Congress representing California's 53rd District, a position she held for 20 years. During her career, she became a prominent member of the Armed Services and Education Workforce Committees. Throughout her tenure, she authored several bills and amendments that were enacted into law. After years of public service, Ms. Davis announced that she would not seek re-election in 2020. I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring former Representative Davis and her accomplishments by naming a post office in San Diego, California after her, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 9308 honors former Congresswoman Susan Davis, who served in this House for 20 years, from 2001 to 2021. She proudly represented San Diego's 53rd Congressional District and became a prominent member of the House Armed Services and Education and Workforce Committees. She was only the second woman ever elected to Congress in San Diego County and the first to serve more than one term. Prior to her time in the House, she served as a member of the San Diego Unified Board of Education and in the California State Assembly. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the distinguished Vice Chair of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, Subcommittee on International Development, International Organizations, and Global Corporate Social Impact, Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs, for 2 minutes.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'm honored to rise today to recognize and celebrate my friend, mentor, and predecessor, Congresswoman Susan Davis, and her decades of public service to Rolando and the San Diego community. From serving on the San Diego Unified Board of Education to the California State Assembly to the halls of Congress, Congresswoman Davis worked tirelessly to advocate and deliver for her constituents. As chairwoman and ranking member of the Subcommittee on Military Personnel, she championed our service members, leading the repeal of the discriminatory Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy, increasing military pay and benefits, expanding access to mental health care and services, and shining a light on military sexual assault. And she didn't forget about our military families. She fought to ensure they had housing that was safe and affordable and quality health care. Everyone who knows Susan knows that she doesn't give up. Term after term, she reintroduced legislation to expand women's access to health care, and because of her unwavering dedication, women across the country no longer need prior approval or a referral to receive OBGYN care. For young women like me, that's essential, because for years, my OBGYN was the only doctor I saw. Susan cares so deeply about our nation's children and introduced many bills to protect children and ensure they have every door open to them so they have a successful, thriving future. She pushed to address child hunger, expand access to childcare and early learning opportunities, and strengthen our education programs. And through her work on the Education and Labor Committee, she advocated for more registered apprenticeships and for making college more affordable and accessible. And for me, Susan has been one of my biggest cheerleaders. When I wasn't sure I was ready to run for Congress, she called me every day to convince me that I was. She's always strived to bring more people to the leadership table and make way for people with new voices and experiences to lead. For all these reasons and so many more, I'm proud to honor Congresswoman Susan Davis's decades of service to the Rolando community and all of San Diego by renaming the Rolando Post Office after her. I'm so grateful to have the support of all of my California colleagues and many more who served with Susan. This is the culmination of a community-led effort powered by the people of Rolando and Council President Sean Elo Rivera's office. Thank you, Congresswoman Davis, for all you've done for San Diego and all that you continue to do. Your kindness, selflessness, leadership, and service continue to be an inspiration to all of us. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if the gentleman has no further speakers, then I am also prepared to close. I reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of H.R. 9308 to name a post office after Ms. Susan Davis, a very good friend and former colleague, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9308? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 8025.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8025, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 100 South 1st Street in Minneapolis, Minnesota, as the Martin Olaf Sabo Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Maloney, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials to this matter.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 8025 to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 100 South Street in Minneapolis, Minnesota, as the Martin Olaf Sabo Post Office. Mr. Martin Sabo was born in Crosby, North Dakota, to Norwegian immigrant parents. In 1959, he received a bachelor's from Osberg College in Minneapolis and later pursued graduate studies at the University of Minnesota. At the age of 22, Mr. Sabo was elected to the Minnesota House of Representatives, where he later served as minority leader and was the first Democrat to serve as House Speaker from 1973 to 1978. In November of 1978, he was elected to the House of Representatives and served 8 terms. During his tenure, he chaired the House Budget Committee, where he guided the Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act of 1993 through the House. During the 109th Congress, he was a member of the House Appropriations Committee and served as the ranking member on the Subcommittee on Homeland Security. After retiring from Congress, Mr. Sabo was the co-chair of the National Transportation Policy Project at the Bipartisan Policy Center. In 2018, at the age of 78, Mr. Sabo passed away. I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring former Representative Sabo and his accomplishments by naming a post office in Minneapolis, Minnesota after him, and I reserve, Mr. Speaker, my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. From Texas is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume, Mr.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 8025 honors former Congressman Martin Olaf Sabo, a longtime representative from Minnesota. The congressman served 28 years in the House of Representatives, eventually becoming chair of the House Budget Committee. One of his proudest achievements was putting together the federal budget and a deficit reduction package in 1993, which later would result in budget surpluses. Prior to his election to Congress in 1978, he served 18 years in the Minnesota State Legislature, including serving as House Minority Leader and Speaker. He passed away, sadly, in 2016 at the age of 78. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the distinguished Vice Chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Subcommittee on Africa, Global Health, Global Human Rights, and International Organizations, Congresswoman Omar, for 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 8025, which designates a U.S. Postal Office facility in Minneapolis as the Martin Olaf Sabo Post Office. I am proud to have the opportunity to honor the late Representative Martin Sabo, a man who dedicated his life to public service and represented my district, the 5th District of Minnesota, for nearly 3 decades. Representative Sabo graduated from the University of Minnesota in 1960 and served in the Minnesota House of Representatives from 1960 to 1978, the year he was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives from the great state of Minnesota and represented the people of the 5th. Representative Sabo served 28 years in the House, rising to chair of the House Budget Committee. He built a career standing up for low-income families and middle class, investing in critical infrastructure and care for our veterans. He also delivered millions of dollars in housing, transportation projects to our district, including the Hiawatha Avenue Light Rail Line and the Minneapolis Veterans Medical Center. After a long, successful career, the Minneapolis Democrat announced his retirement in 2006 and was succeeded by my predecessor, Keith Ellison. Sadly, Representative Sabo passed away in 2006 in his beloved home state after a lifetime of public service. I am honored to follow in the footsteps of Minnesotans like Martin Sabo, who represented our state with honor and distinction. This bill is supported by the whole Minnesota delegation and has bipartisan support. I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas, you're recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves.
Well, if the gentleman from Texas has no further speakers, then I am prepared to close.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I urge passage of H.R. 8025 and yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 8025? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 8203.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8203, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 651 Business Interstate Highway 35 North Suite 420 in New Brunswick, Texas, as the Bob Kruger Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this matter.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 8203 to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 651 Business Interstate Highway 35, North Suite 420 in New Braunfels, Texas, as the Bob Kruger Post Office. Mr. Robert Charles Kruger was born on September 19, 1935, in New Braunfels, Texas. He received a bachelor's degree from Southern Methodist University in 1957, a master's from Duke University in 1958, and a PhD in English from the University of Oxford in 1964. From 1975 to 79, Mr. Kruger served two terms in the House of Representatives for the 21st Congressional District of Texas. Following his loss in a bid for the Senate, he served President Jimmy Carter's administration as Ambassador at Large and Coordinator for Mexican Affairs in the State Department. In 1993, he was selected by Governor Ann Richards to fill Lloyd Benson's vacated Senate seat. He served only 5 months after losing a special election to Senator Kay Bailey Hutchinson. Mr. Kruger was appointed by President Bill Clinton to serve as ambassador to Burundi, and after 2 years he became ambassador to Botswana, serving until 1999. I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring Mr. Kruger's life of public service by naming a post office in New Braunfels, Texas, after him. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm opposed to this bill for procedural reasons. The House Oversight Committee, which I'm honored to serve with Chairwoman, agreed upon procedures for considering postal naming bills clearly dictate several requirements for such measures to advance through the House. Among those is the requirement that postal naming bills be co-sponsored by the entire state delegation before they're to be considered in the Oversight Committee, and then they proceed to the floor. These are very good reasons. There are very good reasons for these requirements. This is to ensure that the state's collective representation agrees that such a local hero deserves this high honor and the attention of the full Congress. Unfortunately, this bill is only co-sponsored by 34 of the 36 members of the Texas delegation, which means it is not ready for consideration here today. Furthermore, this bill has not even been marked up by the Committee of Jurisdiction, the House Oversight Committee, which means it is bypassing regular order to come straight to the House floor. This is a departure from past practice, precedent, and procedure. Following regular order and past practice on these measures prevents wasting the valuable time and resources here on the House floor. There are dozens of other bills that have earned the support of their entire state delegations and have also been unanimously approved by the House Oversight Committee. We should be spending the valuable time on this floor that we have remaining in this Congress considering these other bills that are higher in the queue, some of which were introduced in the first half of last year. For these reasons, I cannot support H.R. 8203, which breaks with our agreed-upon process. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield to the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, Subcommittee on Health, Chairman Lloyd Doggett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I rise to honor a true Texas statesman, Bob Kruger. Decades ago, Bob and I were fierce political adversaries. But since then, we joined on behalf of our state and our nation in common cause. Now I join so many of his former colleagues and many Texans in recognizing his remarkable contributions. A proud native of New Braunfels, he returned there to make it his home over recent decades. He once served here in this House, in a district that many parts of had more cattle than constituents, that stretched from San Antonio to San Angelo and almost to El Paso. After studying at Duke and Oxford, Bob served Duke as vice provost and dean before returning to Texas to win a rather improbable election and re-election as a congressman. He was voted the most effective member of his freshman class by colleagues here in the House. He voted to prolong the life of the Voting Rights Act, extend its application to Texas, supported the admission of women to the service academies, and supported an increase in the minimum wage, among other matters. In those elections and a subsequent race for the U.S. Senate, he attracted talent like Land Commissioner Gary Morrow, media legend Roy Spence, and future Deputy Energy Secretary and Mayor of Houston Bill White, among many others. When the Senate race was unsuccessful, Bob was named by President Carter as Ambassador at Large and Coordinator for Mexican Affairs. In 1990, he won a statewide election to serve in the important position on the Texas Railroad Commission. And a few years later, Governor Ann Richards appointed him to fill a Senate vacancy, but within a few months, he was defeated by Kay Bailey Hutchison. Yet Bob never let these setbacks get in the way of lifelong civic engagement and public service. After Senator Hutchison's victory, President Clinton appointed him as ambassador to Burundi, which he described as the most fulfilling period of his life. There he met with Rwandan refugees fleeing massacres, which he documented, putting him at personal risk as one of the first Western voices to report the genocide. He discovered villages where children were massacred and livestock was left alive. Even after the front pages of 2 local newspapers there in Burundi called for his death, he continued this mission, sounding the alarm, documenting the genocide and the atrocities. He survived an assassination attempt, and only after it became too unsafe for his family to remain there, he was evacuated and then appointed as ambassador to Botswana. He cut a singular figure, a Shakespeare-quoting former East Coast professor who connected with Texas ranchers, a busy public servant who nevertheless valued a few days of daily meditation. Throughout all his types of service, whether he was driving a pickup truck around West Texas or in an armored vehicle in Burundi, he always was driven by the same values, the same faith, and the same guiding light, his family. His partner for almost 4 decades, Kathleen Tobin Kruger, meant the world to him. They traveled it together. Recently, she's been involved in continuing their work and advocating for their close friend, San Antonio Paul Rusesabagina. I still can't say it very well. Paul, who inspired Hotel Rwanda and who received the Presidential Medal of Freedom for his work in saving people in Rwanda, and he remains wrongly imprisoned in Rwanda today. Bob's wonderful daughter, Mariana, an accomplished photographer who shares his love of Duke as both an undergrad and graduate of Duke, and now lives in Austin, continues his legacy. His daughter, Sarah, a double Duke alumna, works as a senior reporter for WRAL in Durham, living there with her husband, Will, and their son, Brooks. His son, Christian, who worked here in the House recently as a legislative assistant for Congressman Joaquin Castro, also lives in Texas with his wife, Marion. At the memorial service this spring, after Bob passed away at 86 years of life well lived, former Ambassador Scott DeLisi, who worked with Bob in Botswana, said Kruger had, quote, the most finely tuned moral compass of any man that I worked with in over 4 decades of public service. A true gentleman and a scholar is a mark of Bob's character that after completing such important public service, it was Bob, as a visiting professor at Texas State in San Marcos back in 2004, who, despite our previous personal differences, graciously presented me a public service award rather than the other way around. Today, by authoring this bill, I recognize his truly award-worthy service. May I have another 30 seconds?
Additional 30 seconds.
This legislation provides a modest way for us to honor one who did so much in so many ways to benefit so many people. So let's name the post office in the heart of the community that he called home, just a block away from a twist and turn of the great Guadalupe River, in honor of the great late Bob Kruger, honoring his memory, making his rich legacy, his values, his grace, his kindness, his commitment to service a part of our future. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves.
I reserve.
And the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
The gentleman yield. Reserves.
To Chairman Doggett, an additional minute.
Thank you, Madam
The gentleman is
Chair,
recognized.
And thank you for your leadership and for our Republican colleague as well. I would just address for the record the comment that was made about the sponsorship. 34 of the 36 members of the Texas delegation have indeed co-sponsored this bill. The other 2 members who chose not to co-sponsor have indicated they have no objection to the bill. We are, by presenting this bill, applying the same standard that will apply to the next bill up, honoring properly our colleague, former colleague, Mr. Wright, in legislation sponsored by Mr. Cornyn and by House members here, treating them the same way. I think both are well-justified pieces of legislation, and I look forward to their approval.
And Madam Speaker, if the gentleman from Texas has no further speakers, then I am prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas, you recognize.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For procedural reasons, I encourage my colleagues to vote against this bill so we may return to regular order in consideration of postal naming. The naming measures going forward this year and into the 118th Congress. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentle lady from New York recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge passage of H.R. 8203 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 8203? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A significant number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 4899.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4899, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 10 Broadway Street West in Akeley, Minnesota as the Neil Kenneth Todd Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon, each will control 20 minutes. The chair, recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Madam Chair, Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material for this matter.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 4899 to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 10 Broadway Street West in Akeley, Minnesota as the Neil Kenneth Todd Post Office. Mr. Neil Kenneth Todd was born in Akeley, Minnesota. After graduating from high school in 1938, he joined 7 of his brothers in the U.S. military. At the age of 22, he was assigned to the USS Oklahoma as a Navy fireman first class. On December 7, 1941, while stationed at Pearl Harbor, the ship was attacked by the Japanese Air Force. Mr. Todd was serving with his brother Wesley, who was able to escape the ship. Unfortunately, months later, Neil Todd was pronounced dead and awarded the Purple Heart. He is honored at the USS Oklahoma Memorial and Honolulu Memorial of the Courts of the Missing. On February 11, 2021, Mr. Todd's remains were successfully matched, and he was reunited with his brother in Akeley, Minnesota. I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring Mr. Todd and his service to our country by naming a post office in Akeley, Minnesota after him. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas, you recognize.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 4899, which honors Neil Kenneth Todd, a former World War II U.S. service member and Purple Heart recipient. At the age of 22, Todd was assigned to the USS Oklahoma as a Navy fireman first class, where he was stationed on December 7th, 1941, which President Roosevelt, standing right below where you are, Madam Speaker, said, a day which will live in infamy, when the ship was attacked by the Japanese Air Force at Pearl Harbor. The USS Oklahoma capsized, and Todd's fate was unknown to his family for months, and he was eventually pronounced dead. His remains, along with the remains of other service members, were recovered in the months following the attack, but did not begin to be identified by the U.S. Department of Defense until 2015. At long last, on February 11th, 2021, Todd's remains were successfully identified and reunited with his brother, Orville, and his sister, Karen. Todd was laid to rest with full military honors alongside his younger brother, Alfred, who also served in the Navy. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill honoring an American service member and hero who made the ultimate sacrifice for our great nation. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Texas, New York, you're recognized.
Madam Speaker, if the gentleman from Texas has no further speakers, then I am prepared to close.
The chairwoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I'm also prepared to close.
The gentleman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Neil Kenneth Todd was a true patriot and an American hero who made the ultimate sacrifice for our great country. I strongly encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I urge a passage of H.R. 4899 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yield. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4299? 4899. Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A significant number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to Bill S. 3825.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3825, an act to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 3903 Malier Drive in Arlington, Texas, as the Ron Wright Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Maloney, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon, will each control 20 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material to this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may conserve.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of S. 3825, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 3903 Malier Drive in Arlington, Texas, as the Ron Wright Post Office Building. Former Representative Ron Wright was born on April 8, 1953 in Jacksonville, Texas, and went on to attend the University of Texas at Arlington for 2 years, studying history, psychology, and political science. From 2000 to 2008, he served on the Arlington City Council and as Mayor Pro Tem of Arlington from 2004 to 2008. He then served as District Director for Congressman Joe Barton for 9 years. In 2018, Representative Wright ran for Texas's 6th Congressional District. During his tenure, he served on the House Committee on Foreign Affairs and the House Committee on Education and Labor. I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring the life and service of Representative Wright by naming a post office in Arlington, Texas after him, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You are recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support, strong support, of Senate Bill 3825, which honors the late Congressman Ron Wright of Texas, a great American and a gentle soul. Many of us in the House of Representatives today served with Congressman Wright in the 116th and 117th Congresses. A native Texan, Congressman Wright proudly represented Texas's 6th Congressional District, stretching from Arlington down past Mansfield towards Corsicana. He kept up rigorous work schedules in D.C. and back in Texas. And in his district, he was fondly received, and while simultaneously he was being treated while he was serving in Congress, being treated for lung cancer. Prior to his election to Congress, he served North Texans as a Tarrant County tax collector, chief of staff for Congressman Joe Barton, and Mayor Pro Tem of the city of Arlington, Texas. He was reelected to Congress for a second term in November of 2020, but sadly died February 7th, 2021, just 1 month into this new Congress. Congressman Wright was a true public servant, a good friend, loyal American, and I encourage my colleagues to support this bill. And Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New
reserve.
York, you recognize.
I reserve, Madam Chair.
The gentlelady reserves. And the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend and gentleman from Texas, a naval aviator, a former Texas House member, a Southwest Airlines pilot, a great American, and one heck of a flag football player, Congressman Jake Ellsby.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank Madam Chair for the kind remarks, and as well as my friend Congressman Fallon for those kind remarks about my predecessor. And it is with a great deal of pride that I get to hear Ron Wright's name spoken on the floor in order to support this renaming. So I rise to address the House in support of S 3825, designating the United States Postal Service facility located at 3903 Malier Drive in Arlington, Texas, as the Ron Wright Post Office Building. I'd also like to thank Senator Cornyn for authoring this bill, as well as my friend Senator Cruz for co-sponsoring. Congressman Wright dedicated his life to the people of Texas. While starting his career work for ceramic cooling, it did not take him long to begin serving his community. In 2000, he was elected to the City Council in Arlington, Texas. During that time, he served as Congressman Joe Barton's district director and later as his chief of staff. From there, he was appointed Tarrant County Tax Assessor Collector, where he served from 2011 to 2018 before beating me and getting elected to Congress. Congressman Wright was a pillar in the community that he served, and there is not an event in Tarrant County in which his name is not mentioned today. So thank you, Ron, for all that you've done for the people of Texas and for the people of the United States. We will all miss Ron, and I hope that Susan, his bride, and his children and grandchildren will take a great deal of pride in the fact that this will be named after him. You were a gentleman and a gentle man, and we will all miss you. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlelady from New York, you recognize.
Madam Speaker, if the gentleman from Texas has no further speakers, then I am prepared to close, and I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves, and the gentleman from Texas, you are recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm also prepared to close.
Is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage all of our colleagues to support this bill honoring a loyal public servant, and as Representative Ellsby just said, a gentleman and a gentleman, Ron Wright. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields, and the gentlelady from New York, you recognize.
Madam Speaker, I urge passage of S 3825 and yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate? The Senate 3825. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rule. For what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A significant number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. To Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on motions to suspend the rules previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: Senate 4003, Senate 3846, and H.R. 5455. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 4003, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. I ask now that the clerk will report the title, please.
Senate 4003, an act to amend the Omnibus Crime Control and Safe Streets Act of 1968 to provide for training on alternatives to use of force, de-escalation, and mental and behavioral health and suicidal crisis.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. Gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition.
As a member designated by Mr. Horsford of Nevada, I inform the House that Mr. Horsford will vote yes on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler from Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yea on S 4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on S 4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Curtis from Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis will vote nay on S 4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on S 4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Clyburn of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Clyburn will vote yes. He will vote yes on Senate 4003. As a member designated by Ms. Strickland of the state of Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes. She will vote yes on Senate 4003.
Gentleman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Connie Conway of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yes on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. McMorris Rogers of Washington, I inform the House that Ms. McMorris Rogers will vote no on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker Tonko, as the gentleman designated by Mr. Paul Groves of Arizona, informed the House that he will vote no on this bill.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Brown of Maryland, Mr. Rush of Illinois, pursuant to House Resolution 8, inform the House that the three gentlemen vote yes on S4003.
Does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Axney of Iowa, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote yes on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Vicente Gonzalez, Marie Newman, Lucille Roybal Allard, Tony Cardenas, Adam Smith, and Tim Ryan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Congressman Gates pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressman Gates will vote nay on S 4003.
There were three of them there, I think. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Patola and Ms. Craig, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Blumenauer and Mr. Del Salle, I inform the House that those members will vote yes on S4003.
All right.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Congressman Alan Lowenthal, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on S4003.
Okay, we got it. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Gooden of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gooden will vote no on S4003. As a member designated by Representative Andrew Garbarino of New York, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garbarino will vote yay on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Luria, I inform the House that Ms. Luria will vote yes on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, Ms. Wilson of Florida, Ms. Bass of California, and Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Peter Welch, Mr. Peter DeFazio, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Pramila Jayapal, Ms. Eddie Bernice Johnson, Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Hank Johnson, and Mr. Mike Doyle, I inform the House that these members vote yes on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Delbeni of Washington, Ms. Schreier of Washington, and Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Keating, Ms. Bonamici, Ms. Presley, Mr. Phillips, and Mr. Khanna, I inform the House that those members will vote yes on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote nay on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho's 2nd District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Simpson will vote yes on Senate Bill 4003.
On this vote, the yeas are 247, the nays are 160, with one member voting present. Two-thirds not being in the affirmative, the rules are not suspended and the bill is not passed.
The House will be in order. Where is Bobby? For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as Dean of the Virginia Congressional Delegation, I'm joined by members of the delegation, House and Senate. It is with heavy heart that I announce to the House the passing of our colleague, Congressman A. Donald McEachin. Throughout his life of public service, Donald was a relentless champion for all Virginians, serving in the House of Delegates, the Senate of Virginia, and then here in the House of Representatives. He was the son of an Army veteran and a public school teacher. Donald graduated from American University, earned his law degree from the University of Virginia, and received his Master of Divinity from the Virginia Union University. As many in this chamber know, Donald was a thoughtful and principled legislator, respected by members on both sides of the aisle. He is also a trailblazing figure in Virginian politics, the first African-American nominee of a major party for Attorney General, and only the third African-American elected to Congress from the Commonwealth of Virginia. Donald was resolute in pushing Virginia to lead the way in climate policy. He recognized the climate crisis as a moral issue and was a champion for environmental justice, using his skills as a trial lawyer to fight to ensure that the voices of the most vulnerable communities were heard and heeded. May we all seek to honor Donald's life and legacy by working to build a future in which everyone has access to clean air, water, and soil. Madam Speaker, this body has lost one of its most dedicated public servants and fiercest advocates for justice and equality, and he will be deeply missed. I want to offer my deepest condolences to his wife, Colette, their 3 children, his beloved grandchildren, his friends, his staff, countless individuals positively impacted by his life of service. I now yield to my colleague from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
I'd like to thank my colleague, Mr. Scott, and join him in our condolences in the passing of Donald McEachin. I'd like to thank our colleagues today for joining us in this remembrance. Donald was indeed an incredible leader. He was a dedicated father, a dedicated husband, and he loved serving others. He truly was passionate about his job. He was passionate about the people of the 4th District. And I got to know Donald actually from our years when we were young, when we were in high school. We were at rival high schools in Richmond and met him in passing there and got to serve with him in the Virginia General Assembly. What an individual, a person of integrity, a person of passion, dedicated to the people that he served. He loved being a legislator. He loved solving problems for people. He loved interacting with people. He just loved the whole idea of giving of himself and putting others first. That truly was what Donald was about. And I know we'd all dealt with him through the years. He was a person of the utmost integrity, but of the utmost passion. He really wanted to get things done. And while there were political differences among the different members of our Virginia delegation, for Donald, it was always about getting things done. And you could always depend that Donald would be very thoughtful and forthright with you. And he was always looking for solutions to problems. That's what legislating is about. Donald was indeed the quintessential public servant, the quintessential leader, the example for all of us in the Virginia delegation. So it's with heavy heart today that we mourn his passing, but let's all remember his legacy his legacy of service, what he has done to uplift all of us, to make us all better as members of this legislative body.
The chair asks all those present in the chamber, as well as members and staff throughout the Capitol, to please rise for a moment of silence in remembrance of the late Honorable A. Donald McEachin of Virginia. Have to do.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a vote on the motion of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 3846 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk now will report the title, please.
Senate 3846, an act to reauthorize the Justice and Mental Health Collaboration Program and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Blumenauer and Mr. DeSaullier, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3846.
So we have. For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho's 2nd District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote yes on Senate Bill 3846.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Axney of Iowa, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote yes on S 3846.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler from Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yea on S 3846.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Brown of Maryland, and Mr. Rush of Illinois, pursuant to House Resolution, they vote yes on 3846.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yea on S 3846.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Horsford of Nevada, I inform the House that Mr. Horsford will vote yes on S 3846.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on S 3846.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Keating, Ms. Bonamici, Ms. Presley, Mr. Phillips, and Mr. Khanna, I inform the House that those 5 members will vote yes on S 3846.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker Tom Groves, the member designated by Mr. Paul Groves of the great state of Arizona, inform the House that Mr. Paul Groves will vote no on 3846.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin and Ms. Schreier of Washington, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3846.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote yea on Senate Bill 3846.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Spatola and Ms. Craig, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3846.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Representative Garbarino of New York and Representative Gooden of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Garbarino and Mr. Gooden will vote yay on S38.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Designated by Congressman Alan Lowenthal of California, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on S3846.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Susie Lee from Nevada, I inform the House that Ms. Lee will vote yay on S3846.
Now, who do we have here? Purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on S3846.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Okay.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, member designated by Congress members Vicente Gonzalez, Marie Newman, Lucille Roybal Allard, Tony Cardenas, Adam Smith, and Tim Ryan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3846.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Curtis from Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis will vote yay on S3846.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Luria, I inform the House that Ms. Luria will vote yes on S3846.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin, Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3846.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I also inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on S3846. Yes, sir.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Congressman Gates pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressman Gates will vote nay on S3846.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Clyburn of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Clyburn will vote yes. He will vote yes on Senate 3846. As a member designated by Ms. Strickland of the state of Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes. She will vote yes on Senate Bill 3846.
On this vote, the yeas are 389, nays are 22. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5455 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title, please.
Union Calendar number 425, H.R. 5455, a bill to amend the First Step Act of 2018 to permit defendants convicted of certain offenses to be eligible for reduced sentences and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bass of California, Ms. Sewell of Alabama, Ms. Wilson of Florida, Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5455.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Congressman Gates pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressman Gates will vote yea on H.R. 5455.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Horsford of Nevada, I inform the House that Mr. Horsford will vote yes on H.R. 5455.
Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yea on H.R. 5455.
Does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Luria, I inform the House that Ms. Luria will vote yes on H.R. 5455.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho's 2nd District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote no on H.R. 5455.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California
Speaker,
seek
as a member
recognition?
as a member designated by Mr. Blumenauer and Mr. DeSallier, I inform the House that those members will vote yes on H.R. 5455.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker Tonko, as the member designated by Mr. Paul Gosar of the great state of Arizona, I inform the House that he will vote no on H.R. 5455. And Merry Christmas.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Peter Welch, Mr. Peter DeFazio, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Pramila Jayapal, Mr. Eddie Bernice Johnson, Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Hank Johnson, and Mr. Mike Doyle, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5455.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on H.R. 5455.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Schreier of Washington and Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5455.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo from the great state of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote nay on H.R. 5455.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Brown of Maryland, and Mr. Russell of Illinois, they vote yes on H.R. 5455.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Curtis from Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis will vote yea on H.R. 5455.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Congressman Alan Lowenthal, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 5455.
For what purpose does the gentleman... For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote yea on H.R. 5455.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Keating, Ms. Bonamici, Ms. Presley, Mr. Phillips, and Mr. Khanna, I inform the distinguished Speaker from the state of New York that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5455.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Axney of Iowa, I inform the House that Representative Axney will vote yes on H.R. 5455.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on H.R. 5455.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Vicente Gonzalez, Marie Newman, Lucille Roybal Allard, Tony Cardenas, Adam Smith, and Tim Ryan, inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5455.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Craig and Ms. Patola, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5455.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
The member designated by Mr. Clyburn of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Clyburn will vote yes. He will vote yes on H.R. 5455. As a member designated by Ms. Strickland of the state of Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes. She will vote yes on H.R. 5455.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Andrew Garbarino of New York and Mr. Lance Gooden of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gooden and Mr. Garbarino will vote yea on H.R. 5455.
This vote, the yeas are 307, the nays are 101. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask to be considered as the primary sponsor of H.Res. 744, a resolution originally introduced by Representative Ted Deutsch of Florida for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprinting pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection, so ordered. Does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1496. Resolved that the House has heard with profound sorrow of the death of the Honorable A. Donald McEachin, a representative from the Commonwealth of Virginia. Resolved that the clerk communicate these resolutions to the Senate and transmit a copy thereof to the family of the deceased. Resolved that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns as a further mark of respect to the memory of the deceased.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Section 1 of House Resolution 1230 and pursuant to House Resolution 1496, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow as a further mark of respect to the memory of the late Honorable A. Donald McEachin.